hola, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ay.
Muy buenos días. Invitamos a todos a tomar asiento ya que estamos.
Good morning. We would like to ask everyone to please have a seat because we are about to start. Thank you. Chile has 603 interviewers from the Public Prosecutor's Office, Carabineros de Chile, Investigative Police, and the Ministry of the Interior and Public Security. Since 2019, videotape interviews have been conducted, 22,444. Welcome to the Congress of Interviewers. Welcome to the Congress of Interviewers 2023. Good morning, everyone. Welcome everyone who's participating this morning. It's the first time that some of you even meet, so it is great that we have this instance to keep learning about the international experience. Let's have the first round of applause to get a little bit more relaxed and cheer up a little bit. Welcome everyone. Well, as you know, Fundación Amparo y Justicia, with the support of the institutions that participate and that have been quite important for the implementation of Law 21057 on videotaped interviews, are here today. With we have the interviewers when we have all these changes on the act itself, and we'd also like to highlight the collaboration of the ones who are hosting us, the Faculty of Rights and Social Sciences of the University San Sebastián, who are organizing this first meeting. Let me start by first of all, welcoming all the authorities here with us. First of all, the Ángel Valencia Vázquez, the National Prosecutor. Also, Mr. President of the Excellency Minister of the Supreme Court of Justice, Mr. Diego Simpertica Limare. The Public Advocate Carlos Mora. Thank you here. Thank you for being with us. The Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, Mr. President of the Fundación Amparo y Justicia, Mr. Alejandro Espinosa Bustos. Thank you for being present. The Dean of the Faculty of Law and Social Sciences for Universidad San Sebastián, Mr. Andrés Chadwick Piñera. Also, Mrs. Director of Human Rights and Family Protection of Carabineros de Chile, General Karina Sosa Muñoz. Also, the National Head of Crime against the Police of Investigation, Macarena Millapoy Galvani. Welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, judges of the judicial power, ladies and gentlemen, regional prosecutors, the directors of the ones in charge of the 21057 directors of Amparo y Justicia, representatives of criminal justice system institutions of our country, representatives of civil society organizations, and we also greet all of those who accompany us from the international guests who are here with us and that are sure are going to share experiences to get more feedback on what we need, which is key, I guess, and also getting to know these good practices. And of course, the main characters of these days who are the interviewers who are here with us day after day implementing this law. Thank you. Those are the most important people during these 3 days. Okay, as you all know, there are many people who haven't been able to be here. They're in different areas in our country, and they are through streaming, and also in other parts in the world. They are all very interested in getting to know more about this since this first Congress. For the first time, I have already mentioned that. They told me to emphasize this, and hopefully this will be given very good use. 2 days where you will be able to get to know the implementation and experience of this Act 21057. And we also see that we have this whole chain. We have the Ministry of Justice, Carabineros de Chile, the Investigative Police, the Ministry of National Homeland Security, etc. All of them credited by the Human Rights and Ministry of Justice, who we are in charge of implementing this law on videotaped interviews. Fundación Amparo y Justicia has been more than a decade, 25 years as a matter of fact, supporting different organizations so as to achieve a correct implementation of this law. But we should also know that they have been working on these matters for years. And the main objective of this day is to contribute to the regular training of all the interviewers. That's why it's going to be so important to hear from these international experts. We have also the state of the art, let's say, and I'm sure we'll have very interesting and relevant speeches, talks, and a specialized expertise on things that are important for us to know in our country so as to have a better implementation of this law. I would like to tell you that because of some reasons, we do not have the Minister of Justice and Human Rights with us today, Mr. Luis Cordero, but he sent a video tape that we are going to right now listen to.
El trabajo legislativo
The
agendado en las
legislative
últimas horas me ha
work in
impedido
the last hours
participar
has
presencialmente
inhibited
en la
me from
actividad
being there with you in this
que se va a
activity
desarrollar el día de
that
hoy,
we are going to carry out
pero
today.
no quiero dejar de
But I would
pasar
not like
esta
to
oportunidad
let this opportunity go
para
by
agradecer
without
a quienes
thanking
han
all of the ones
participado
who
en la
have been
implementación de la
participating
Ley
in the implementation of Law
20.057 sobre
20057
entrevistas
about
videograbadas.
videotaped interviews. This has meant that there has been a commitment not only interinstitutional but also in those people who have been certified, duly certified for the way it is working so far. With that implementation, we have seen meaningful changes in order to protect children during investigations. The role of each one of the organizations has been key, but we should also mention the promoting role of Fundación Amparo y Justicia, especially at the beginning. Today, acknowledgement to all those interviewers is also hosted through the trust of a system that has enabled us to change and improve the criminal justice system. That was our Minister of Justice then. Thank you very much for sending this video highlighting the importance of this law and the work that you do on a daily basis. But before we start then, we would like to welcome our host, who's the Dean of the Faculty of Law and University San Sebastián, Mr. Andrés Chadwick, who will offer a few words. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. It's a brief piece of words of say hello in this new role of the owner of the home, right? I could be fired tomorrow, but I'm so happy to have you in our university. I will skip all the authorities and guests that already were mentioned, but it's a very special moment for Universidad San Sebastián to be able to host this first Congress of interviewers of law that is really, really something that we want 21057, which introducing our legislation, especially in our prosecution in the legal system, what we call the video interviews with an objective, which is pretty essential and substantial. And that is why the pride of the university is being today the host of the Congress. The objective of the law, fundamental and of utmost importance, is to protect our children and teenagers who already were victim dramatically of a crime as sexual connotation crimes, with the purpose not to be a victim again, not to have a second victimization, a new drama, a new pain that hard, when justice needs to act and repair precisely through looking for truth and judiciary processes that can repair pain and injustice. That is a very noble purpose in law. It is also pretty important what the law will do. It is pride what we feel. We feel proud precisely because this is part of our university mission to be deeply committed precisely protecting children and teenagers. In the case of the Department of Law and Social Sciences, implementing this new law through the video interviews, how important it is to cooperate in something, and the Foundation Amparo y Justicia trusts on us to celebrate and to have this first Congress, particularly this one. It's really a feeling of pride. We're very happy to have you here and to be able to respond to the trust you have put on our shoulders. Amparo y Justicia as a foundation, I think I know it very well. I was part in a different stage when I was a public server to have a really direct contact with this foundation because of destiny. I was the Minister of the Interior in the government of President Piñera, and I was able to send the bill that eventually transformed into Law 21057. And I would like to remember a special moment to the former president of the foundation, Ramon Suarez. He deserves to be remembered. How many times, how many meetings, how many phone calls he was insisting, the former president Ramon Suarez, to send the bill to put the required urgency for the legislature. I see here two former senators who were part of that formality being fundamental in the project and now are members and directors of the foundation. How much effort was behind from Amparo y Justicia, who was really the engine behind the law that is gathering us today to empower its implementation. Let me tell you, I think that without Amparo y Justicia, we wouldn't be meeting here today. It is my impression, and I am witness of this, that probably we will be on a bill stage and it won't be in the implementation of a law as we in full are developing now. And because of destiny, I am witness of what the Foundation Amparo y Justicia is doing. How noticeable an institution that is not just staying to be the engine of something but continues on a permanent basis, working for that to be implemented and empowered and perfected. And that's what we see now with the current president, Alejandro Espinosa, Catalina Fernandez, the members of the board who have been talking to us to be collaborating in this. For the first time, we have a Congress with foreign guests coming from abroad, and the main entities and stakeholders of this cultural innovation, which has been done inside of our process and penal law to protect children and teenagers who are the interviewers themselves. In an aspect that I think it is relevant. Extraordinarily relevant because it's not just a concern that I had seen that with difficulties the foundation was following and tracking close resources that are scarce. The means that sometimes you don't have the priorities that sometimes are demanded. Establishing the rooms, the technology, preparing the first interviewers, doing something that is fundamental for the implementation and now a law that is current across the country. The heart of the law is in the interviewers. That's where it lays. It is not just the training, but the way they learn the human preparedness professionally and personally. That is the core and the substance of the objective of this law that aims to protect our children and teenagers of a secondary victimization and at the same time of a double victimization and to collaborate with justice and the penal process that needs to go through prosecution, which will intimately be linked. And for that, we need an interview done by the interviewers needs to have high human and professional quality. Congratulations to you all for this initiative. Congratulations, Fundación Amparo y Justicia, President and Board. Congratulations, authorities, and what we just heard from the Minister of Justice. That is the commitment of all institutions. I just have to say to you, welcome to Universidad San Sebastián. We hope you have a successful Congress, as Chile and our children need that. And you can have and feel comfortable to do your work. Welcome. Thank you for trusting us. Thank you, Mr. Dean, and to continue the task that you do to avoid secondary victimization as one of the subjects that will be aimed to perfect here. We would like to listen to the National Prosecutor, Angel Valencia. Please come forward so we can listen to your words and reflection on this subject.
Ya pensé que no iban a aplaudir, parece que está mi señora aquí y va a pasar vergüenza.
I think that if nobody was clapping your hands, my wife has talked to you. Okay, but well, I have to say good morning. Thank you to all the authorities and guests. It is a real pleasure to be back in this university, who was part of my academic life for months. I have not been here, and it's so nice to see faces I know. And despite of not being for long in the university, I created lots of affection and recognition that I continue to have for many of you. It is nice to be at the starting of this Congress to mark the initial point for the public ministry, full of challenges, though. I'd like to highlight how important and how committed we are since 2018 in the implementation and follow-up of the system, assigning high relevance and priority as an institution. Preventing secondary victimization is the objective of Law 21057, and it's an ethic obligation of all of us in the penal system, and there's no doubt with the forensic investigation, we improve victims of crime, giving access to justice and safeguard their rights. Voluntary participation, safeguarding dignity, progressive autonomy, and the best interest of children are put together during the investigation of crime to enable the participation with respect to their rights and welfare. This law has taken lots of challenges for the penal institutions, like adapting the space where to take care, creating rooms for interviews, IT, new working processes, and training interviewers that do forensic interviews that will be part of the judiciary system. Training them has been, for the public ministry, training continuously professionals who take a role without disregarding their jobs. And the law is giving us orientation to preference care, and it is not possible to have an exclusive task yet, but we have done specialized training for prosecutors and officers to support, to recognize that we need to be updated and equipped with all the needs that will face the challenges that change in the legal and judiciary system. Training officers to comply as people that are in charge of the rooms and storage of the videos that are very well safeguarded is part of our task. We understand security of that information are fundamental for our investigation, and we trust that the bill with strengthening plan that is now in Congress could give us some additional resources to allow for a service that is more appropriate, fair for victims and also the officers and professionals who perform these tasks. Since 2016, the public ministry undersigned agreements with Amparo y Justicia for collaboration and training interviewers and instructors. I apologize that I will shorten some explanatory words to prepare the specialized teams that was training interviewers, technical support, given the investigation studies, and they continue to collaborate with the instruction training, the conferences and courses, and the Congress to have access, like today and this week, to hear international experts. In the Office of the Prosecutor, we have trained 20 classes with the participation of 240 professionals of the regional units to take care of witness and victims, URAVIT in Chile, acquiring the competencies that are required to interview through video recording interviews. These courses have 81 to 95 hours to train the middle people and interviewers with theoretical, practical, and simulated interviews to acquire the knowledge and the skills that are required to perform. Currently, 213 interviewers of the public ministry are with an accreditation participating in the continuous training, a legal demand that needs to aim to stay within the competencies, keeping within the competencies our interviewers with theoretical supervision and expert feedback, apart from individual activities to develop, which is materializing the objective of continuous improvement, aiming to the best performance of our interviewers to apply the technique and obtaining important information that is useful in the penal investigation and prevent secondary victimization. That is how, from the beginning, since the beginning of this system, up to September 2023, the Chilean Prosecutor Office has received more than 62,000 denounces in the catalog of this law, where more than 50,000 victims are children. 52,926, close to 53,000. Professionals in the URAVIT performed 56,499, almost 56,000 evaluations, and 26,900 were materialized through video interviews, and 47.1 were interviewers from the public ministry, 28.3 the investigation police, 22.4 Carabineros de Chile, and 2.2% Ministry of Interior and Public Safety. And I would like to insist that of these 27,000, almost 27,000 video recorded interviews, practically one of the two has been done through the ministry, the public ministry. The prosecutor's office has been working strongly to comply with the conditions that law requires. These sections cover a great range of aspects since we created working processes to comply with the standards up to cycles to take care of children. We have invested significant resources in the interview rooms to have an appropriate place that is safe to recover crucial information in the investigation. We have 71 rooms for interviews along the country, and 12 of these rooms are currently being implemented in this year. And we are committed with training and the accreditation of interviewers with 9 cycles that are related to 5 continuous training, recognizing sensitivity and the responsibility of the role to obtain valuable testimonies.
And regarding these 71 rooms, these 12 that are already in terms of implementation and more than 200 officers, I would like to elaborate a little bit. I insist, every time we inaugurate a new room, that this might probably be one of the public policies that is most successful. And as a matter of fact, a good practice that is an example of those things that, of the way in which we have to move forward when it's about implementing a policy such as this one. The interviewing rooms that we have today in Alto Hospicio community, in Valdivia, in Coyhaique, etc., and in Cochrane, for example, in the prosecutor's office in Cochrane, have the same conditions, the same characteristics, same traits, and the same equipment and size that the ones who are in Vitacura or in Ñuñoa or in Valparaíso. The last three ones in our metropolitan region. If it's about public service, I would say that the quality standard that we have for Puente Alto and for Iquique, for Arica, for the ones who live in Cochrane and other communities is the same. The office has the same standard, and the professionals of the prosecutor's office that have been trained have done so with the same type of training to go to different parts of the country. The same public service for all the communities, for all citizens of our country. I think that this is especially valuable, right? Because we can see it firsthand every time we inaugurate one of these videotaped interview rooms all along our national territory. It's also very important to highlight that our commitment is not only within the borders of our organization. By legal mandate, we have the collaboration of many other organizations around us. We have worked hand in hand with these activities, coordinating actions, and making sure that we are efficient in guaranteeing success and effectiveness of the system. So, in summary, participating in this Congress represents an opportunity to continue strengthening our commitment with justice and with the protection of the rights for most vulnerable ones. As we move along, we strengthen our commitment with the consolidation and continuous improvement of this system, understanding that this is a key pillar in the quest for truth, dignity, and of our children. Thank you very much for your effort in this important task ahead of us, and together we will have a safer environment for everyone. Thank you.
Gracias, fiscal. Y ahí está también el aplauso porque usted nos dio.
Thank you very much, our prosecutor, because you gave us the day-to-day, right? The training, it says this is regular type of training. So we are going to continue listening to the insights. It's important to know a little bit more always about what you do on a day-to-day basis. That is why we would like to ask the Mr. Minister of the Supreme Court, Mr. Diego Sempertegui, please, so that we can also listen to how important the judicial system is. Thank you.
Bien, buenos días.
Good morning. Yes, I would like to, of course, share the greetings to everyone who has already been mentioned. And let me also share with you that I have the greetings from Mr. Juan Eduardo Fuentes, the President of the Supreme Court, wishing the best of the success to Fundación Amparo y Justicia and University on the development of this activity. I would like to use all these minutes in the best purpose to tell you what we're doing in general terms. This is a very important aspect, of course, 21057 Act, the one you have been working for a long time already on judges. I understand that we have here Losati, Gonzalez, who are very important in the work that we are doing. 1.5 years ago, the Supreme Court, as one, asked us to work on the childhood matters. And what we have seen regularly is that there is a lot of enthusiasm, devotion, especially from judges. Because besides the regular work they do, there's also training, right? Training and preparing everyone that are going to be working with. That's an extra, and that means that we need more time. And for that same reason, they sacrifice a lot. We have to acknowledge that. In order to organize the work we have been doing, I asked 10 ministers from the Courts of Appeal that to be in charge of different areas. And there are some of them that are very relevant, such as compliance of international obligations that we have, the relationship with the better childhood commitments, training, also the concern, because we would like to have better coordination with all the police force organizations, meaning the abuse that there might be against children. But this is just an intermediate stage. We are now reaching something that is much more relevant. I'm sorry, I wouldn't like to stop mentioning that last year, because of this work we did, we trained more than 400 judges at a national level. And only a month and a half ago, along with UNICEF, we trained judges, 60 more judges, approximately. And in December, we will do some training because of the changes to the law of criminal responsibility for youngsters. That is why it's very important, and that's why I would like to share with you this very relevant point. I expect, or we hope that in February, we will start to have the Technical Secretariat for Childhood from the Supreme Court. This secretariat is going to be an instrument that, at least for us, for the judicial power, is very important for all the work that we will be facing in the future. we will now have a Congress where we will be inviting not only judges, but also organizations that are part of the civil society and that are interested in all this work that we are developing. Amparo y Justicia and universities hopefully are willing to work along this project. Because what we would like to attain is that in some areas, there's kind of maybe these organizations, lots of enthusiasm for sure, but not very well organized. In other words, there's no someone who's leading or heading this debate. So we need to be organized, not only inside the judicial power, but also the ones that come from outside, all the interests that we have related to children. Without detriment of what is happening, of course, not part of these areas, but from the coordination point of view, from inside of the judicial power, we have also realized that it's important to start working in the restructuring of the family courts, not because they are working not properly, but because we have realized that on one hand they can work better, but on the other hand there are some organizations that are being created and that might make everything change. I have had some meetings with our judges lately, and I have told everyone who's involved not to fear change, because on one hand, we need more people. We miss more people instead of saying that we are too many in these matters. However, we have to be ready and willing to make those changes, and that is every so often. It cannot be subject to just time elapsing without realizing that society is changing. For example, there is an organization that is very strong and that in our country we hope to have it to understand that perfectly, and the parent coordinators that at least in the legal area, because the work that they do is much larger, but from the legal point of view, at least, something that for you might think is very simple. But when there is a decision, a court decision, they need to understand, the ones who are going to be impacted by that decision, they need to understand what's happening. That's all. And from that perspective, they will be able to also help that each one know what are their rights when they make these decisions, and that they can live peacefully. And of course, and what's more important, that they do not come back to courts of justice, because this is a vicious circle, never-ending story, because no one explains them adequately what they should be doing, what their rights and obligations are, and then that family will need to live peacefully, and the community will be living peacefully as well. So you can see that this work is easy. It looks easy, at least, but as experts in the area, you know that is much, much more complex when we are dealing with people, and of course, sometimes weak people, weak children, and it's very sensitive matter as well. So I am very happy to be here, that I have been invited, and congratulations. Congratulations, Amparo y Justicia, as well. I know a lot about your work, and it's exceptional what you're doing. And I also understand, because we have been doing more than one thing, more than one activity with San Sebastián. They have been great collaborators in all these endeavors. And congratulations, the president of Amparo y Justicia, Alejandro Espinosa, and the Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of San Sebastián, Mr. Andres Chadwick. So thank you very much, and have a great working days. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, because you also stressed some things that were different or very relevant as well to be able to be ready to future changes. But we would like now to invite the organizers of this event, the ones who are maybe behind this first Congress. We would like to invite the president of the Amparo y Justicia Foundation. Please go ahead, Mr. Hernandez Bustos, who would like to share your thoughts. Thank you.
Gracias, buenos días a todos y todas.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. I would like to highlight that we have guests and authorities here and I welcome you. It is a good opportunity to remember how Fundación Amparo y Justicia originated 25 years ago in Concepcion, in the south of Chile, a city. A little girl of 5 years old lost her life because she was a victim of a rape and a homicide in the hands of an aggressor that had a benefit between his incarceration that he broke. Nobody was looking to capture him, and in that intermediate time committed this new rape and homicide, and the crime he was condemned was also rape and frustrated homicide of another little girl. This crime, of course, impacted the country, especially because of one reason. The family of Elenita had a poor family, and her family was abandoned by the state without legal representation, without psychological help or social assistance of any nature. They had no way to claim for justice for their little daughter, which motivated our founder, Andronico Luksic, to invite penal lawyers to represent the family of Elenita in the court and to request justice in this case. That same year, other 3 families lost their children in the same situation of rape and homicide, and we supported them as well, understanding that it is not just assisting legally, which was not provided by the state, unfortunately, but also the psychological and social help that was something that the state was not able to do and was not provided at that stage. Just as it happened with 47 families who suffered the tragedy of losing one of their children in these circumstances that we have been representing in these 25 years as a foundation. These are practically all the cases of rapes with homicide of children occurred in this period. Of this long and hurting experience, the Foundation identified that we are lacking things in our institutions and legal regulations, motivating us to promote public policies that aim to improve the response of the justice system in the event of sexual crime against children and teenagers. That is the way in which we actively involved in training prosecutors, justices, police, and operators of the justice system to promote also legislature changes, as the modification to the conditional freedom law that we promoted actively and that was published last week as the law in the Republic, and the law of the video recorded interviews. Our initiatives are the imprint of Amparo and Justicia, is anchored in 2 basic pillars. First, all these initiatives came from our empirical work, modification to the conditionally release from jail law is born from our experience representing the victims in conditionally released from jail conditions and in front of the court, where we realized that the legal system failed as the families are not in the position to oppose to this conditionally released from jail when the legal rules are not fulfilled. And that's why we promoted this new law. as the interview that is video recorded is something that we saw in the terrible experience representing families of children that were raped, which we realized and confirmed that were re-victimized in the justice system, went through multiple interviews that were poor, contaminated their stories and narrative, losing valuable information for the investigation. That is the first pillar of Amparo y Justicia, empirical experience. And the second, as important as the previous one, is to support that all our work gathers the experience of developed countries to explain the presence in this Congress of our international speakers, who, of course, we thank for the willingness to be here and traveling literally to the corner in the end of the world.
We appreciate for sure you are present here. We are grateful for you in here to share your values, experience, and expertise. Welcome to Chile. Very thankful again. It is an honor to have you with us. No puedo terminar estas palabras
I wouldn't stop by saying thank you to all of you who allowed and supported us to create this great week. First, the host, the Department of Law and Social Sciences, Universidad San Sebastián, the Dean, Andres Tedwick, who is not just enthusiastically supporting us to organize actively this journey, but he had shown commitment throughout his previous functions as a senator of the Republic or minister of the state, always supporting in an active way all the initiatives of this foundation, especially promoting the law of video recorded interviews law. We thank the members of the judiciary branch, the Supreme Court, represented by Diego Simperti, Minister of the Supreme Court, who has always been very committed with the initiatives of this foundation. No doubt, we have to say we have always had a strategic alliance that is very productive with the National Prosecution Office, represented by the National Prosecutor, Mr. Ángel Valencia. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. The National Ombudsman, thank you for being here. And the Minister of Justice that unfortunately couldn't be in presence but by video, officers of Carabineros de Chile, our local police. With Carabineros de Chile, we have a very productive alliance, and you have always been part of our strategic alliance, and the Police of Investigations, PDI, the justices of this republic, and of course, each of you, the interviewers here, for that commitment you have in this noble cause to protect children and teenagers in our country. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias también al presidente de la Fundación Amparo y Justicia.
Thank you to the chairman of the Amparo y Justicia Foundation, 25 years collaborating with the work that is done to have a system that especially is not getting deeper in trauma and severe situations as this sort of crime. But the main character here is the interviewers. And we have now Elias, a video of an interviewer who works in Valparaíso, and then we continue. We were at Valparaíso region to know better and close how Law 21057 works in the Prosecutor's Office of San Felipe. where we met Elias Valdez, psychologist and interviewer, who shared with us his motivations and the day-by-day performing this important role. Well, at the beginning, I really feared to be criticized for my exposure to what my performance will be, but my boss said, go for it, and I'm so happy. It's been a great experience. When a denounce comes for children affected, the prosecutor assigns an interviewer to perform a video recorded interview as soon as possible and continue evaluating with a professional of the Unit of Regional Care of Victims and Witnesses, URAVIT. We realize how Stephanie Travisani is important here, the social worker of the URAVIT, to previously assess. This is a very important stage to create the video recorded interview as we assess if the children are in health, physical and emotional conditions to attend to the interview and if they are willing to do it. After that previous evaluation, Elias plans the interview so he faces in the better possible way. In every interview, it's a new world. As I'm telling you, you get to know a little bit of a piece of that world of each children and teenager. And sometimes that reality is good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's the worst. But we need to continue. As the satisfaction and the benefit that I feel personally to be part of helping that children to tell something that is terrible that happened to them pushes you to go with energy to the next interview and the next one and the next one. When in the interview, before you get to meet the children, Elias gets together with a technical peer in the institution, Stephanie Elgueta, accredited interviewer from Carabineros de Chile. Working in peers is so important. You're not on your own. You have a person supporting you outside, listening to it, supporting you for some things that you can have. You might have forgotten, and that is a great support. When you do this, you feel safe that that terrible situation for the children is a little less terrible as you're helping them to have a better space with a climate of trust to tell what happened, which is already difficult. Eventually, you realize when finishing your interview, you get a little piece of pride. I made it. I was able to help him saying something terrible, and he has no need to tell it again. Thanks to 603 interviewers as Elias, thousands of children in our countries as our teenagers are protected to receive a better treatment after being a victim of a severe crime. That the story of Elias, but it might represent many of you present here. That is why we would like to give you a memento of recognition of what you do day by day. We have officers of different regions in the country. As the national prosecutor said, we need to decentralize, and this is a standard despite of the commune and the region where we are doing this. I would like to ask to come to the stage representing the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, the head of the social reinsertion side. She will be giving the awards. Our recognition is so-called the Spirit of Law 21057. What we acknowledge is a recognition of interviewers who are fulfilling the law, highlighting the commitment, the technique, the application of new practices, and the attitude to be able to execute the role. I will call now Andrea Farias Tapia from Metropolitan Center North Prosecutor Office, Surgeon Stephanie Elgueta from San Felipe, Jessica Núñez Lagos from the Investigation Brigade, Janet Rivers, social worker of the Center for Supporting Victims in Alto Hospicio. Congratulations. Give it up for them, please. This is your picture moment. Perfect. Thank you. Congratulations.
Bueno, ahora vamos a destacar.
We would like now to highlight the commitment to the role of interviewer, and the one that has shown that commitment, that function that we know is also done with a lot of enthusiasm. We will please invite to Pamela Stabun Gonzalez from the Regional Prosecutor's Office of Coquimbo, Carmen Paz Vargas from the Regional Prosecutor's Office of Los Lagos, the Carabineros. Let me go everyone together, okay? The Commissioner Natalie Fernandez and Inspector José Luis Garcés, and Cristina Nova Centeno from the Victims Support Center. So everyone is here now. Congratulations. And this is your diploma that highlights the work that you are doing with so much sacrifice. Okay, that's it. Let's show your diplomas for the picture. Thank you. Congratulations, everyone. Let me now highlight. Thank you. Let's now highlight the professional development. And for that reason, we would like to invite Cesar Rivera Marin, the Regional Prosecutor's Office of the Western Area in the Metropolitan Region, Patricio del Castillo, Lieutenant from the 1st Police Office of Valdivia, also the Commissioner Paola Olate from the Videotaped Interview Center, and Marcela Contreras, the Support Center to Victims in Punta Arenas. Thank you. A round of applause for you, for all the work you have been doing. Okay. There are many people who have been highlighted. Now we have innovation. In other words, those who have been getting training. We should also mention that they have been also updating their knowledge. That's why we would like to ask Oscar Elgueta Gonzalez from the Tarapacá Regional Prosecutor's Office, Veronica Romo, Valparaíso Regional Prosecutor's Office, Sergeant Maria Teresa Mellafe from the 1st Police Station of San Carlos, Sergeant Luis Aguilar, the 2nd Police Station of Rio Negro, and the Commissioner Pablo Riquelme, Investigative Police. Thank you all. And thank you, Macarena Cortez, that has been with us in this awarding process. I would like to ask the National Prosecutor, Mr. Valencia, to come to the stage so that he can render the following awards. Excellence Management, Maria Garciela Cortez. The URAVIT Administrator of the Regional Prosecutor's Office, Daniela Aguirre. Technical from the Persons Unit of the Regional Prosecutor's Office as well. Jessica Gomez Poblete, Head of the Regional Unit for Victims and Witnesses, CARE. Congratulations, Jessica. The Deputy Commissioner Nelson Contreras. And Luis Delgado, Executive Director of the Atacama Regional's Office. Congratulations to the 5 of you for this acknowledgement. Congratulations to all of you. We would like to mention the Gonzalo Marx, Head of Victims and Witnesses of Valparaíso. Welcome. Gonzalo, welcome. I'm sorry. We'll need you here. We need you here. We much more work. Veronica Salinas, Head of the Human Resources Unit. You're representing the region? Okay, perfect. Okay. Do not leave, please. Okay. Now what we're going to award is the ones who are going to be receiving this diploma: Patricia González Centeno, Sofía Huerta Castro, Carolina Soto Ramírez, and César Rivera Marín. This is the team that is receiving this award for the important work that you are doing.
Muchas gracias y felicidades.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Y luego la fotografía también.
So there's the picture taken. Thank you very much. We would like to highlight, no prosecutor, do not leave. Be patient. A lot of awards, especially the ones who work in pairs. We have Richard Urra from the Prosecutor's Office of Chillán, and María Loreto Campos, Carabineros de Chile interviewer. Congratulations too, because I would like to highlight the work that you have done so far.
Ya. Perfecto. Ahora sí, fiscal. Perfecto. Muchas gracias.
This is it. Thank you very much for your work. Well, let's continue, please. And this award will be given by Karina Sosa. So please, the prosecutor will give him a break. And we'll have Gloria Gatica, Claudio Bravo, Ibi Segui, and Gabriela Serene. Oh, they come with their cheering team. The cheering team behind them, okay.
También vamos a pedirle de inmediato que nos vaya.
And we would also like to have the team from Ñuble, who have promoted self-care activities. María Loreto Campos from the 6th. Thank you very much for being here from the 6th Commissioner's Office.
Y vamos también con la dupla
And the interinstitutional peer Matías Gajardo from Santa Cruz. So congratulations for all the work that you have been doing. The 2nd Santa Cruz Police Station. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, General, for your support. We would now like to ask Macarena Miyakoy Galgani, Head of Crime Against People, please. Thank you for being here, Macarena. And we would like to ask Commissioner Paola Olate Cisternas, Commissioner Mauricio Palacios Zúñiga, Commissioner Viviana Baeza, and Yasna Guerrero Morales. Congratulations to all of you. This is the award given for the work and sacrifice that you do on a daily basis. Congratulations. A round of applause for you. We'll continue. So let's give the possibility now to others that will be receiving. Carolina Sotelo Moyanos, Scarlett Blanc, the Deputy Commissioner. We would also like to invite them to come here. Bárbara Ramírez and Ricardo Soarzo from the Western, as well as the Sub-Inspector Carolina Muñoz and Tomás Parragués. Congratulations, all of you. We're waiting for you to receive your diploma and acknowledgement.
Poquito más adelante, eso. Perfecto.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We would like to thank Prefect Miyakoy for being with us this morning. General Sosa. General Sosa, we would like to ask you to please come to the stage. Sergio Valderrama, Nicole Gilmour, and María Paz Gallardo. We would like to highlight your good work. This is the Ministry of the Interior and Public Security, recognized for excellence in management. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And we are about to finish. We would also like to ask the Executive Director of Fundación Amparo y Justicia, Catalina Fernández Cruzat, please. This is a very special award, right? We would like to ask now Nicolas Quine, or Queen, as it's Quine. I'm sorry, the pronunciation is different from what I said before. Quine, we call to the stage for his international trajectory. These are the ones who have shared their expertise and international experience to contribute to our success. Let me share with you that he is a retired British police officer. He served there for more than 30 years. Nick is a specialist in the technique of investigative interviews with children, and Nick Quine highlighted because of his very good work. And he had also his cheering team for more than 30 years working on the field. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well, this is the end. We can, of course, continue. We need a cup of coffee, I'm sure. But before finishing, we would like to invite you to watch a short video about the launch of the Resource Center. This is a platform created by Fundación Amparo y Justicia that aims to support interviewers in their learning and also continuous training process. So let's go with that video. The Resource Center will be a constantly updated support and guide. There you will find updated content in various formats. Besides, you will have some time to share experiences and strengthen joint work. We would like to invite you to explore our website and dive into topics such as autism, suicidal behaviors, self-care, videotaped investigative interviewing in oral trials. Download files, watch videos, view infographics, listen to podcasts, everything customized to your learning style. These resources address current training needs and are a valuable resource for interviewers. We are aware that continuous training is key in investigative interviewing and judicial intermediation. We hope that you will also be part of this community by creating content. Welcome to this new training experience. Okay, that was the final video for this first part. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations to everyone who has been acknowledged during this day. We will now have a coffee break, so you will be able to talk about these matters, I'm sure, and especially the ones who are proud of what we do. We also like to remember that we have some talks later, so remember to pick up your headsets. Thank you for being with us.
A, 2, E, 2, 3, E. E, A, 2, 2, 3, E, A. E, A, 2, E, A, 2, 3.
2, hey, hey, 2, hey,
Ya estamos a breves segundos de comenzar. Les recordamos, por favor, aquellos que requieran sistema de traducción simultánea, pueden retirar su dispositivo en las afueras del salón. Así que este es el momento. Aquellos que requieran de traducción simultánea, por favor, retirar el dispositivo en las afueras del salón. Ya estamos a breves segundos de comenzar. Reiteramos la información a aquellas personas que requieran del sistema de traducción simultánea. Vamos a tener exposiciones en inglés. Aquellas personas que requieran traducción simultánea, por favor, retirar el dispositivo que está en las afueras del salón. Las charlas serán en inglés, así es que aquellas personas que requieran del sistema de traducción simultánea, por favor, retirar el dispositivo en las afueras del salón. Estamos ya a breves segundos de comenzar. Muy buenos días. Les damos la bienvenida nuevamente al Congreso de Entrevistadores.
Welcome you again to the Congress for Interviewers. We invite you all. If you have publication or interaction in social media, please use hashtag Congreso Entrevistadores. Before we meet our experts for the first masterclass today, if you would like to use the interpretation, you need to get a device outside of this room. We want to tell you how important it is to keep your cell phones in silent mode. We have today two professionals coming from the United States to share their experience and knowledge with us. Jennifer Middleton is doctor in social forensic work and master's in social work from Denver University. Currently, associated professor in Kent Social Work, University of Louisville, and director of the Initiative Against Human Trafficking in that university. Her research has been on infants' welfare, about trauma, vicarious trauma, and the traffic and sexual traffic with children and teenagers. Beatriz Vires, co-founder, will also be present. She is a specialist in trauma effects in direct victims and who need to face this theme. With 30 years of experience, Beatriz has been working with children and vulnerable families in the city of New York. We invite you to your masterclass, which is Understanding the Professional Wearing Out of Interviewers, a call to action. Give it up for them, please.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello and good morning.
Bienvenidos. Gracias por tenernos
Welcome
en
and
este
thank you
congreso.
for having us in
Quiero
this
decir que
Congress.
soy
I'd like to
Beatriz,
tell you
empecé a
I am
trabajar con
Beatriz. I started working when I had five. I have been 35 years in this field.
We're absolutely delighted to be here. Thank you to the Fundación Amparo y Justicia for really finding us and bringing us to Chile, starting last year actually, doing a diploma class for your students. And Dr. Middleton and I are really delighted to be working with you today in this hour, but also Wednesday and Thursday. I want to say first and foremost that, and I don't speak for all of the international experts that are here, but I know that the sentiment is shared that we come here with a lot of humility to actually exchange ideas. I think I have worked in Asia, I have worked in Africa, I have worked in Latin America, and I work all over the United States. And I can tell you that Chile has something special going on. Whew. I think very soon, if not already, Chile has a lot of lessons to teach the rest of the world in terms of how you are managing this particular subject at a very systemic level. I know that in Chile la queja es como un deporte nacional, me dicen. And so I'm going to invite you for a minute to not think like a queja, but to actually feel really proud of the work that you're doing. I know that already in a year I have learned so much from your colleagues, and so we are learning as much about this particular subject from you as you are learning from us. So this is an exchange, so we are humbled to be here. I also want to start our conversation with a quote from Nelson Mandela. I spent quite a few years back and forth to South Africa to learn about the changes that Mr. Mandela had done in Africa. And I have to say that it was pretty impressive, but one of the quotes that Mr. Mandela said, I want to share with you now because I think it really speaks to what's happening here in Chile. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. And so I think that as we see and witness what you are doing here in Chile, it really reflects the Chilean soul. I am a survivor leader, and so this is a deeply personal subject for me, as well as a professional and academic and intellectual subject. As you see our title, just wanna make a very small explanation about who do we mean by leader. So today we're gonna be talking to formal leaders. So if you're a formal leader, raise your hand. Those of you who supervise others, just raise your hand. Woohoo, yes, yes, okay. But we also wanna talk to informal leaders because we want you to think about how there's a leader in every chair here. So formal leaders, pay attention. Informal leaders, please stay with us because every single one of you has the influence power. So how about it, Jen? Let's do it.
There it goes. Okay. Hola, buenos días. It is such a pleasure and honor to be here today. You heard a little bit about our experience and maybe heard that I'm a professor at the university, that I do research in this area, and I have ever since I graduated from the university. But I think one of the most important things I want you to know about me today is that for those of you who are interviewers, I was an interviewer for the last 10 years of my practice career before going back to the university. And I was you, and I am you, and I am connected to you, and that is very important for us because I have experienced many things, perhaps, that you have experienced, and that is one of the main reasons why I do this work. It is devoted to you and also devoted to the many, many children that I have interviewed in my career and to all the children that you will interview. So thank you again for having us here. And I want to start with a quote from Dr. Rachel Remen. She is the author of Kitchen Table Wisdom. She was a physician for many years, and then she retired and started a second career as a holistic healer. And this quote that you see on the slide talks about the fact that we cannot walk through water without getting wet. Sí, es verdad, ¿no? It is very much the same and very important for us to acknowledge that we cannot do this work without being impacted from the work. But I hope you will see today that the impact, yes, it may be some negative things, but also it can be very positive, and together we can build resilience and be very strong together. So as you read this quote, I just want you to think for yourself if this resonates for you, if it means something to you as well, because it is important that we do acknowledge we are going to be touched by the work that we do. Okay, so compassion fatigue is the framework that we're going to talk about today, but we're going to take a large view of compassion fatigue as a framework and talk about how it can really help us, each as leaders, to mitigate the impact of compassion fatigue on ourselves, on our teams, and on our organizations. It's very important. Leaders and organizations can take action to prevent, which would be the very best to prevent, but also to mitigate the impact of compassion fatigue. So as we look at this framework, there it is. The authors that developed this framework, they called it the professional quality of life. And this is really a way for us to understand how we experience our work. Today, this certainly applies most directly to interviewers and their teams that work with interviewers and everyone that supports the team. And other helping professionals may also experience these things. So professional quality of life consists of compassion satisfaction, which is on the left in red, and that is actually the good things that we get from our work, how our work impacts us in positive ways. If I work with a young child and I see that she does a very strong interview, she leaves the interview room, and I see or hear that she's doing much better in her life, it's okay for me to get some compassion satisfaction or feel some joy from that. And it's important that we acknowledge that and celebrate that, because certainly we also see some very hard things, and we certainly hear many difficult things. On the other side in blue is compassion fatigue. And today, one of the important things that we want to talk about is that compassion fatigue actually consists of two very different things. One is secondary trauma or secondary traumatic stress, and we'll define these in just a minute. The other is burnout. They have some symptoms that look similar. However, the causes for burnout versus secondary trauma are different. And once we really understand that and recognize the differences, then we can apply different interventions to help mitigate the impact overall of compassion fatigue. And I've done a lot of research since 2007 with forensic interviewing professionals, asking them about their experiences of burnout, secondary trauma, compassion fatigue, and even vicarious trauma, which we'll talk about in just a minute. So what is compassion fatigue? How many of you have heard of compassion fatigue? Raise your hand if you've heard of it. Okay, excellent, excellent. So compassion fatigue really consists of the caregiver, or in this case, the interviewer's reduced capacity to bear and have empathy for someone because they are being exposed to a lot of suffering. They're being exposed to hearing other people's stories of suffering. And it also consists of the natural consequences of hearing and feeling and seeing everything that happens in the cases that we work on and the interviews that we do. And it is always something that can happen to us because of us bearing witness to somebody else's pain. Another way that I refer to compassion fatigue in my work, especially when I have talked with interviewers and other child professionals who have been doing the work for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, I call it, I am all out of nice syndrome. And it really can feel that way, where you just have no more to give, no more to give. Okay. So there are many different symptoms of compassion fatigue, but we often will see it if we think about someone else. It's easier to think about someone else at first, not ourselves. If we think about someone else who might be experiencing compassion fatigue, we might see that they have cynicism. They are very sarcastic. They use humor differently. They might be a little irritable, not necessarily with the children, because we can always hold it together for the children. But we go back into the office, we might be talking with our colleagues, we might be a little short, a little irritable. Also some sadness or depression, symptoms of depression. Certainly feeling isolated, that is a very common experience in general for forensic interviewers, because in most regions, there are not that many forensic interviewers. And when people find out what you do for work, what's one of the first things they might say? Oh, I could never do that. Okay, what does that mean for me? I would argue that actually means you have superpowers. But that can still feel very isolating to know that you're very, very good at something that many people wouldn't even do, right? Also, there are symptoms sometimes that come in the form of anxiety and even health. Our health can be impacted, and that's very, very important. And when Beatrice and I present in our workshops tomorrow and the next day, we will talk very, very specifically about the ways that the work can impact our bodies and how we can mitigate that and prevent any negative impact. And then certainly, and this is very important for us, it's important for the children we're working with and important for leaders to hear, compassion fatigue can affect our overall productivity, our professional efficacy. Professional efficacy. Do I feel like I'm making a difference in my job? Do I have meaning in my job? Do I feel like I am good at my job? All of those things can be impacted if we are suffering from compassion fatigue. So certainly, we want to mitigate the impact of compassion fatigue so we don't experience those things. So here is a diagram to show how compassion fatigue plus burnout equals, secondary traumatic stress or secondary trauma and burnout added together equals compassion fatigue. Now you'll notice there's another circle on this diagram. What is it? Vicarious trauma. We're going to define that for you today too. And oftentimes people use the word vicarious trauma to talk about all of this, but actually it is very different. And as you see in the diagram, secondary trauma is what we might experience initially, but if it is untreated, not acknowledged, it could develop into vicarious trauma, which has more permanent and pervasive implications. So this diagram is part of the framework that we use to really think about what compassion fatigue is and to understand what causes it and then how we can intervene. So just for a minute, when we think about the difference between burnout and secondary trauma, if you think about burnout for a minute, if I say a burnt out interviewer looks like blank, you don't have to say it, but think about it. The words that come up, they might be kind of tired, they might be irritable, they might be ready to leave, they might not want to come to work some days, they might come to work late, they might feel sad. Those might be some of the words we might use to describe burnout for forensic interviewers. But then we take the word trauma, right? And if I just say the word trauma, or if I were to put it up on a board in big red letters, trauma, that feels different than burnout. Do you feel that too? So trauma is really, there are some similar and overlapping symptoms to burnout, but it all is very different because it's caused by something different. Trauma is caused, and secondary trauma too, by experiencing something that overwhelms our ability to feel like we can adequately respond, much like adversity trauma. So secondary trauma is caused by bearing witness to someone else's suffering. And certainly the good news is there are things we can do to help mediate that. Burnout, on the other hand, is actually caused by working in organizations or systems that have high demands and low rewards. So actually the organizational climate is what affects burnout. Very different cause, very different solution. Yes? Great. Okay, and Beatrice is going to define each of the terms a little bit more, and then we'll talk about what that means.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Dr. Middleton already started defining some of these concepts, but I want to tell you a story about why knowledge is power. So I always tell people I'm really surprised that I'm still married after 25 years in this profession, right? Because when I actually started dating my wife, can you imagine for a minute if I had told my wife or my girlfriend at the time, hey, want to go on a date? By the way, I'm going to come home really exhausted. And on the weekends, you're going to want to have some fun. And my body is going to be there, but my soul is going to be in bed. Oh, you want to have flirtation? You want to have sex? Well, I don't think so. And the kids are going to want to have some time? I'm not sure. And by the way, I'm going to work late hours. And by the way, I'm going to get phone calls during vacation time. And I am going to be always on the go because the need is so high. Can you imagine for a minute what she would have said? But I never consulted her. And so when we talk about compassion fatigue, we don't really think about the impact that it has on us. Like, this work is really hazardous. This work is really dangerous. And we don't consider, I had no idea, no knowledge whatsoever what I was really getting into. You know what I had? I had heart. I had passion. I am also a survivor. So I know that I can make a difference, right? I was so ill-equipped to do this job in terms of my protections. So what I will tell you is that knowing the definitions, knowing the science has really changed and really shifted how I protect myself. So let's look at burnout for a minute. If you think about the definition in itself, it's that it's a very prolonged response, right, to chronic emotional and interpersonal stressors on the job. And this is the highlight, on the job, that we need to think about. And it is typically identified in 3 realms: exhaustion, cynicism, and loss of efficacy, which Dr. Middleton already told us. Now, even if you don't remember the word burnout, right? Sometimes I just say, we're just a little crispy, a little tostaditos, no? So, but what you do want to pay attention to is your language. You go to a team meeting, and you're going to start thinking about a complex issue, and then the language comes. We've already tried that. We already did that. Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to work. Oh, I think you need to send that client somewhere else because we have nothing else to give. Or jokes. Although I will say, forensic interviewers, I'm not a forensic interviewer. I specialize in trauma-resilient work, but you are your own special kind of people. So I was with interviewers in Tennessee. We're doing a full-day retreat, and then we have a campfire outside. And they started having these kind of funny jokes. And I'm sitting there going, absolutely horrified, right? And you're all having a good time with your stories. So I would say cynicism is relative, because it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a sign of burnout. But you start thinking about cynicism with pessimism, maybe. And think about how many of you at one point or another recently have told someone you're exhausted. Raise your hand. Tired. Almost every single. You know what? You may not say to someone, hey, I'm experiencing burnout. But you're going to say, I am so exhausted I can't even wake up. You have burnout. And so just to think about, for leaders, the implications here is that when you are a leader, you need to be really fluent with what the symptoms are. Right? Because when I was directing my group, I used to supervise 150 people who took care of children with a lot of sexual trauma. They don't always recognize it, but when I learned that some of the symptoms might include high emotional intensity or low emotional intensity, crying, risk-taking, substance abuse, excessive rigidity, inflexible thinking, right? Cynic words. There's an appearance of depression or not engagement. You're not engaged. We're not like ready to go. Come on, people, let's do it. We got this. And then everybody's like, yeah, okay, we'll follow you. So when you start seeing the symptoms, you know that you need to have a different strategy. So that's why it's important that leaders understand this. So the second piece, I think it's, again, Dr. Middleton already talked about this, which is secondary trauma. It's very different. And there might be some symptoms that they share, and then sort of you see them on both realms, but when we're talking about secondary trauma, think about this. This is when you have a cluster of symptoms that really are identical to PTSD, or post-traumatic stress syndrome. Right? So imagine that you have one of your family members is at war, and they come back with trauma. How do you work with them? How do you offer them services to take care of that? So think about the implications for all of you interviewers, that you are literally experiencing and witnessing so much pain of others that in your body, it's almost being codified as a trauma that you're experiencing. And tomorrow and Thursday, we're going to dive into some of the science and brain science around how humans process information. Because for some of you, as you are in the interview and you are listening to the atrocities that happens to children, things that you should be normal. I was telling someone yesterday, this is your professional persona labor in the interview. Tell me more about that story. Oh, that happened to you. And you're like, yes, tell me more. What else can I, because you're trying to show the child this very relaxed persona. Inside, you're like, right? So there's this parallel process that's happening. It's an internal experience and a silent experience. And then there's an intellectual experience. And often when you are experiencing secondary trauma, it's because the unconscious and silent process has not been addressed. Right? And so some of the indicators, this is also important for leaders to understand, is that it might include, again, distressing emotions, such as sadness, anxiety, frustration, anger, rage, depression, intrusive imagery. I know that for me, when I was experiencing secondary trauma with some of the stories that I had heard from children, I couldn't sleep at night. And I kept waking up with nightmares and dreams, and a numbing. Sometimes you become really numb, because we have some beautiful coping skills as humans, right? That, you like, let's say you're having an argument with your spouse. After 3 sentences, you're like, I've only heard 3 sentences. After that, you checked out. Like, it's beautiful, like the way that we protect ourselves. But what happens is when this becomes a way of working, right, that becomes a maladaptive skill. And so some of the things is somatic complaints, like there's a lot of physical complaints that you have that cannot be explained by anything else, and you keep going to the doctor and they don't find anything wrong with you, and your body is telling a story. And so avoiding certain professional situations, sometimes we feel really overwhelmed, and even though we are really smart and really skilled, our skill is not coming through because we are so overwhelmed by the work that we're doing. So those are some pieces. And then the other piece that Dr. Middleton also mentioned is the second, it's really about vicarious trauma. And this really, it's a little bit different in that this involves this profound change, right, that happens to us professionals of our cognitive schemas and our beliefs as a result of the constant witnessing, right, or this exposure that we have, in your case, to graphic images, to stories, and it's happening all the time, and perhaps there might even be some burnout, and perhaps there might be some secondary trauma, and it just keeps happening, and it just keeps happening. And then what happens here is that we almost cannot recognize our passion. So when I started this work 37 years ago, actually, to be exact, I felt like I could change the world. And I am an energy person. I can tell you that if I work with you, you will know that people ask me, what do you do? I always tell people, I'm an energy broker. Right? I'm all about energy. As a matter of fact, I offered to do some cumbia later because he's afraid that you're all going to sleep in the afternoon. I manage and cultivate my energy, and this is what I do. But there's a point that your passion and your energy are compromised and corroded by the exposure that you have. And you almost can no longer recognize this. The other thing about the schema piece is interesting. I have a colleague that is a social worker that specializes in sexual abuse as well. And what I noticed in her when she had her own children is that we would go out to a restaurant, and then we will sit. And the bathroom was literally at a place where we could see it. But her daughters were not allowed to go to that bathroom alone ever. Why, would you say? You're shaking your head, right? Like some of you are like, yeah, my kids don't go to the bathroom alone either, right? Or her kids were never allowed to go to spend an overnight with their friends. Her kids were socialized so differently because the vicarious traumatization that she had literally came to live in her house. It really changed how she saw the world. And so those are the pieces that, those are the descriptions.
So to add to what Beatrice was saying, an example for myself, if I was experiencing secondary trauma at work when I was a forensic interviewer, I would drive about an hour back home. Some days, after interviewing 6, 7, 8 children a day, when I would drive home, I wouldn't remember how I got there, right? Because my brain had to shut off. I was dissociating, which is a parallel symptom to post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, versus one of my colleagues who was a forensic interviewer at my agency. She had young children, and as Beatrice talked about, she would never let them go to a slumber party at someone else's house. In part because we had several cases that involved slumber parties. But that was actually more of a symptom of vicarious trauma, because she now has changed her worldview and her outlook on how safe children are because of her work. So there's a little bit of a difference. Secondary trauma is more the symptoms like PTSD, and then vicarious trauma is much more of those permanent, pervasive shifts in our worldview. Also, it can really impact our relationships, vicarious trauma especially, because we lose trust in people, just in general. And so building trust with someone at an intimate level can be really challenging, and it might be difficult to move forward because of the work. So how does this affect forensic interviewers? There's definitely some important information on the slide about how often we're finding in the research that interviewers are experiencing emotional distress and other challenges. What I want to tell you about my research in the United States, I interviewed interviewers about their experiences with vicarious trauma, and they described many different experiences. One interviewer, I thought the interview would last an hour. In most cases, the interviews last an average of 3 hours. The interviewers told me when I was interviewing them for the study that no one had ever really asked them these questions before. No one had really talked to them and really asked them about how they were feeling the work. And so they shared a lot. It was helpful that for my qualitative research, I was a previous forensic interviewer, so we had a connection, and perhaps in some ways they thought that I get it, I understand it in some ways. But certainly they had a variety of experiences, and in one case, an interviewer described having to work very late at night because she had to interview several children. They were siblings. And by the end, she was by herself and had to close up the office. And on the way home, she stopped by a store. She bought some various things. It was a convenience store. And when she got home, she opened up her packages and she looked, and she had children's toys. And she doesn't have children. And she didn't remember. And that was a symptom that she was being very deeply impacted. And so she shared many of the experiences that she had that led to that, and how that was for her a moment where she realized she had to get some help. So when we see vicarious trauma happening, the more pervasive and permanent experiences, it's much more important to ask for some professional help and to do work that is very similar to trauma-informed or trauma-focused therapeutic work. That can be very helpful. Also, EMDR has been very helpful. I was a forensic interviewer for 10 years. I interviewed over 5,000 children. I certainly got to the point of experiencing vicarious trauma because back when I started, nobody even used these words. There was no names for this. And so I got crispy. And it was very helpful for me to do EMDR and work with the therapist, and it really helped me reset, and I was able to continue the work for a number of years. So I'm very grateful for that. But when we look at the research, one of the things that the interviewers told me that was very helpful, one, you know that forensic interviewers are very good at compartmentalizing, so very strong compartmentalizers. That makes us very good at our jobs. Because if we're talking to a child, just like Beatrice said, and they're telling us things that are very hard to hear, we say, and then what happened? And then what happened? When normally inside we'd want to say, that is so bad and messed up, I'm so sorry, you know, and we would get really angry, we'd have emotions. But we have to intellectualize the traumatic information in that moment during the interview. And so something is happening to us, we're compartmentalizing, but where does it go? So one of the things we learned from the interviewers is that they experience triggers for secondary trauma and vicarious trauma, and they experience coping responses in 3 different realms or areas of their lives. So the first realm is in the interview. They talk about different things that might trigger them and different ways that they respond, good or bad, right? So if I'm interviewing a child, they're providing more of a reluctant or tentative disclosure, but I know maybe there was an eyewitness who saw something. I know something happened, but the child is not ready to tell me. The child may not see it, but inside, I might feel frustrated because I worry if I can't get them to share their story now, maybe they have to go back and live with the person who harmed them. That is a lot to take in, right? That could trigger me for secondary trauma. The second realm is not in the interview, but still in the work mode. So outside the interview, but in the work mode, there are also a whole nother set or layers of triggers and responses that can happen. I might be talking to a colleague, they might open a case file, I see some photos that I wasn't ready to see. We might be talking about cases. There's also more burnout that can come in to that experience as well. And then the third realm is outside of work in their personal lives, completely outside of work. And you may imagine that that is actually where we see the most dangerous and harmful coping responses. Because yes, we can keep it together with the child. We would never do wrong to a child. When we're interviewing them, we try our very best, but because the work impacts us so much, it leaks out and comes out oftentimes in our personal life. So these were some really important pieces that we learned. Okay, thank you. Okay. So this is a quote that I wanted to share from a forensic interviewer that I interviewed. And this is actually a quote that I think shows that she was experiencing vicarious trauma. She says, I guess I call it your soul gets a little jaded. Your soul feels a little bruised. That is how I would describe it. And this is actually from the forensic interviewer, the interviewer that shared the story of driving home and buying the children's toys who didn't have the child. So she certainly was experiencing vicarious trauma. And these quotes and these stories and these experiences are so important to share because many people may not understand the nature of our work and how it can be harmful, and we really need everyone to understand so they can be helpful to help support and create supports for us.
Okay, so now that we understand the theory and some of the implications for the interviewers, we're going to talk about implications for leaders and organizations. Most of the work that I actually do in the United States is working inside of implementation science. And so I am, Dr. Middleton does a lot of the research. And I work inside of the organization with leaders to implement, because training without practice does not work. Right? So, and I know that Dr. Middleton has become a better implementer, and I have become a better researcher as part of our work. So, so we work together inside of the organization. So one of the things that I think you know, and I've been listening to your stories since I've arrived in Chile, and just thinking about the turnover, I think you used the word deserter, which I find really interesting. Because think about, who do we use the word deserter for? Usually in the army, usually someone who lives, and there's like an interesting connotation around that, but that's for another conversation, around the Chilenismos. And so, but think about the, number one is understanding that compassion fatigue can also translate to this idea of a revolving door where you're training people, you are investing, and then compassion fatigue is experienced, and then you leave. I hear that over the last maybe couple of years, you've lost like 81 interviewers. And I think that is related and directly connected to the framework of compassion fatigue, right? So there is a financial cost associated with this work. And there's also a productivity issue related to how well do we do the work, right? And how do we commit to the engagement of the work? If we are absolutely exhausted, which is one of the dimensions of burnout, right? If we feel cynical because we've lost our sense of touch, and we also have different worldviews due to the fact that we have vicarious trauma. So this actually shows up in the language that you're using when you do the form. This shows up in the fidelity in using the form. This shows up, and so it has an actual cost in the way that you do the work. So one of the things that we do, and actually have shared with the Fundación, is that the work that Dr. Middleton and I do, compassion fatigue is only a very small part of the framework, which is actually inside of a culture change, which is inside of trauma resilience practices, which is inside of equitable work, right, justice work. And so compassion fatigue alone is not going to actually do it for you. We have to focus on the rest of the context. So the other piece is that one of the calls to actions is for us to think about, you know, one of the, let me go back for a minute. One of the most impressive things that I think we have experienced as we hear some of your experts is the increíble cuidado, right, and the incredible professionalism that you are using to protect the children. Yes? Now, that's not a rhetorical question, so I'm going to ask it again. Yes? ¿Sí? No, en el grupo completo. 1, 2 y 3. ¿Sí? Eso. And so one of the call to action pieces for us is, then if we know the science of compassion fatigue, if we know what this work does for us and to us, then why don't we have the same cuidado for our interviewers and for each other? Not a blaming game, because this is not a blame piece. This is a systems question piece. This is not we are doing the best. I can assure you, as a leader myself, before I knew this work, I showed up at work and I didn't know this work, so I didn't protect my workforce. But I didn't get up in the morning and say, today I'm going to be the worst leader I can be. Today I'm going to get up and not support anyone that works with me. That's not what happened, right? I did not know that I need to have this preventive measure. So the call to action is that we need leaders to understand, recognize, and bring to visibility. Porque lo que es invisible mata. Y a veces el impacto de nuestro trabajo es invisible. So to actually make it visible makes it really powerful. And so that understanding is important. The other piece that if you look at this framework, also Dr. Middleton covered burnout, secondary trauma equals compassion fatigue. the long extension of compassion fatigue and long-term piece can become vicarious trauma. But here's the other piece. We have now put another realm in this framework, which is the organizational pressure. There's a dual responsibility. So I have to tell you that I had gotten to a point where if my boss told me to go take care of myself, I was going to kill her. I was probably going to go to prison because I kept being told to take care of myself. And I kept told that I should go take a vacation or a massage or that. And some of my bosses were very keen on the fact that I was like, right? They knew it. You know, I'm someone that shows stress very openly. So if you see this hair is a little crazy, when I'm stressed, it's even more crazy. And then when I'm really stressed, I put it up here, and I have like 5 pens on my head, and I'm like, where's the pen? Where's the pen? Where's the pen? And I have like 5 pens in my head, right? And so everybody knows I experience chronic stress. So look at my hair, and you'll know where I am. But here's the thing that was really missing about that is that the organization was creating so much peso laboral. I love that word that you use, because peso laboral is like you literally feel like, okay, I'll do more, and I'll do more. And can you do more with this? And can you do more with that? Now, there is a real conversation. This is complexity conversation, right? I keep saying, do not use the conjunction but, use the conjunction y. So it is true that there is a peso laboral, and it is also true that there's a financial burden. So the leaders have some real complex issues to resolve, right? Like, I'm sure your leaders will want to give you more salaries, more time off, but they're also dealing with other stressors. So yes, but how, when we ask the interviewers to go take care of yourself, but we as leaders are also giving you that peso laboral by asking you to do more and more and more and more, then we also have the responsibility to figure out how to protect you. So self-care alone does not work. It's organizational care, team care, and self-care. Now, I do have the responsibility to actually take care of myself, because nobody's going to do it for me. And this is where tomorrow we're going to jump into, why is it that we know what we know and we don't do it? That's another question. No? We're going to dive into it tomorrow. And so, Jen, I wonder if you can come up and maybe talk a little bit about this as well, because our time is almost up, but it's the idea of, and we can fit right here, perfectly comfortable. Come on. So,
hola.
So yeah, just tell us a little bit about this.
So this is really, we use visuals quite a bit because it's important to have the visual, I think, to help us with changing our mindset. And so when you're looking at this diagram, you can see that on the left in turquoise, it's really about building not just the individual resilient practices, but also the organizational, right? We're acknowledging, per the previous slide that talked and showed organizational context and the big role it can play, that it's so important to build both. And on the other side, in the orange-yellow bubble, we have compassion fatigue and organizational chronic stress. And it's so important for us to keep our balance. It's very challenging, but important. And the self-care, the professional quality of life, those frameworks can help us to build and create that balance. So that was at the bottom of the teeter-totter.
And stay here, because the other piece is that when we talk about compassion fatigue, we also are talking about building culture, a positive culture. Because how many of you have taken a vacation, you come back after a week, someone here told me that I went to a cruise, it was so excellent, and you come back to a toxic team. And you said, oh, las entrevistas is nothing compared to like dealing with our compañeros, no? And some of them anyway. And so you think about how a team or an organization culture can make that self-care better, or it makes it not count. So we really encourage you to begin to think about culture change, not just compassion fatigue, but really shifting our culture. And also having an influence. Can you imagine if you build a culture where self-care and self-preservation was a priority across the board? and it was congruent and aligned. Because I can't tell you to go take care of yourself and then email you at midnight. Which one do I want? Right? So we have to be congruent with that. And then
Just end with this.
yeah, I think this is,
that the quote?
Yeah, that's it, the quote.
Okay. So I just wanted to end with this quote. It's something that I say quite often to remind people, especially interviewers, there's nothing wrong with us. Compassion fatigue is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign that we have been strong for too long. And I want to urge leaders, both informal and formal leaders, to really think about reframing compassion fatigue as a leadership challenge, the importance of proactive or preventative measures, and certainly to everything that Beatrice has told us, creating a resilience infrastructure. That resilient culture is going to help us all. So by recognizing that compassion fatigue is actually just a sign of being strong for too long, leadership can better appreciate the need for systemic changes that go beyond just individual level self-care. It's not just a call to action, actually. It's a call to invest in organizational resilience and ultimately the well-being for all of us, including the children we serve.
Yeah, and you know, I think about the word resilience, right? And the mere implication that I have to be resilient means that I'm combating something. I don't want to be resilient, actually. I'm tired of being resilient. I dream for a day where my work does not include the practice of resilience. And some of it is learning some protective factors, but some of it is really leaders thinking about shifting cultures. So, yeah, I think that's that. That's that for us. That's it.
Yes. Gracias.
And I believe we're going to have questions later.
Ekonomopoulos. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology in the Berry College. She's executive director and coach of the Anna Crawford Children's Center, Child Advocacy Center of Cherokee in the United States of America. She is a professional chartered counselor and certified in the state of Georgia and certified by the National Board in the United States. She is also the director of the Child First, which is a training program for forensic interview in Georgia. She has conducted more than 2,700 forensic interviews in the last 23 years of potential victims for sex crimes. For this reason, she has been an expert witness in this technique as well as the account process, the dynamics of the sexual abuse, and other matters that are related. And they are going to give us the following speech or talk, the understanding and scope of under detections in cases of of kids or children who are victims of sex abuse. Thank you very much.
Make sure I know that this works. Okay. So I am so excited to be here. My name is Mary Beth, and I am a forensic interviewer, and I will say that I love my job. And I am so excited to be here with you all, because while I am supposed to teach you, I believe I am learning so much from you all. I think that is probably why I love being an interviewer, is because I feel like I am a lifelong learner. Every time I think that I have seen everything from a child, I walk into a room with a new child and they teach me something different. So I absolutely am just so excited to be with you today and to be with you over the next 2 days. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you all for having us, as Mary Beth said. And we, as you heard from the presenters this morning, we truly are so inspired by all that you have going on here in your country. The work that you are doing to serve and support children is just amazing. You should be so proud of yourselves. And we're so honored to just be a part of it. And yesterday we spent the day with lots of different professionals and individuals. We had the opportunity to visit an interview center and meet with a lot of the law enforcement and to meet with a lot of interviewers. And we were so impressed and we felt so welcomed. And your center was so warm and inviting. And so congratulations to you all for all of the amazing work that you're doing, for all the progress that you've made. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to be a part of it. Your country is beautiful. We went on a bike tour through Santiago on Sunday, and we were amazed. I don't know what I expected when we came here. I really don't. We were so busy, speaking of burnout and compassion fatigue, and we were so darn busy before we even got on the plane that I didn't really have a chance to imagine what we would find when we got here. And it's just been nothing but beauty everywhere. Beauty in your city, beauty in your country, and so much beauty and love in your people. Yesterday, every single person who greeted us with a smile and a hug and a kiss on the cheek. And you're just lovely. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're here to just share a little bit about what we know, but we're just enjoying learning from you all. So we'll spend the next hour or so talking about recantation. And then also, additionally, talking about reluctance and recantation on Wednesday and Thursday in our workshops.
Okay, so raise your hand if you have worked with a child that either within the interview or after the interview recanted or took their statement back. These are some of the hardest situations to manage because you just want to shake someone. Sometimes you might want to shake the child. Sometimes you might want to shake the parent. Sometimes a colleague, but you want to shake someone because you're so frustrated, because you feel like you just don't know what to do. And I can tell you, I have been in that situation so many times. And so we're going to just talk some more today about what the research tells us about recantations, and then just give a few suggestions. And then we'll actually, over the next 2 days, really get into some techniques for how to address it within a forensic or within an interview. So we'll talk about the prevalence of recantations. We will also talk about what the research shows us about predictors. Recantations really, once you've been doing this work for a while, you can see the circumstances that bring a child to you, and you can see which children are very likely to be the ones that are going to recant and to take back their disclosures of abuse. So we're also going to talk about then what could we do to prevent those recantations? And if those recantations do happen, then what are we going to be able to do to address that child's recantation? So, as Amy and I have said, we have both been forensic interviewers for 20 years in the United States. Things have changed over the last 20 years. It looks very different today than it did 20 years ago. 20 years ago...
We also look the same, though. We
haven't
absolutely. We still look young as we did 20 years ago. Just
okay,
go along with that.
Except for
right,
I call
the gray
it
hair.
I call it God's color because I just gave up. I gave up on trying to color it anymore. So similarities and differences. So 20 years ago, we called it in the United States one and done. One interview, you have one shot, and that's it. No more. If a child recanted, case closed. Nothing else happened. The child often remained with those who were potentially responsible for the abuse. And then they were very vulnerable to additional abuse, and most likely they were very unlikely to disclose again and to tell again if the abuse happened again. So I remember from 20 years ago, we had a situation where a child had disclosed in school about being sexually abused by her father. She came to the forensic interview and she said, "Oh, no, that did not happen. It was a dream. Didn't happen." And the forensic interviewer tried, and the initial disclosure, the initial statements were so detailed to the teacher. And everything seemed to make some sense based on what the initial information was. So we were very concerned. But everything stopped. Everything was dropped. So this child went back to live with her father, and everyone was concerned. We thought that the abuse probably continued. So we fast forward several years. This child is now a young adult. She makes a disclosure by calling the police to say that her father has continued to sexually abuse her and now is selling her to other people. But she doesn't trust the system because she had been told that the system would not protect her, which is part of the reason why she had recanted the first time. So she did not trust the system, and she recanted again. And so we felt like we couldn't do anything to help her. She's now a young adult. She then gets together with a boyfriend. She has a child. We don't know who the father of that child is. Could be a couple of different people. She's with this boyfriend who is abusive to her and abusive to the child, and the boyfriend ends up killing the child, the baby. The mom, who has endured an enormous amount of abuse over the years, recognized that the boyfriend had indeed been abusing this child. But again, this is a very vulnerable woman at this point who doesn't know how to protect herself or her child. And that is when we as a system get involved, and she is held accountable for the death of her child because she failed to protect her child. For me, that was just incredibly heartbreaking that at that time, 20 years ago, we just couldn't figure out what to do to help this child. She said nothing happened. We really didn't even know how to explore that. We did not know how to ask her about, well, what was going on leading up to this interview? How was your family responding? How were things going for you? We just said, are you sure? And then we just backed off. We didn't know what to do, so the case was closed. Today, we still have some of those same struggles. I'm not going to lie. Things are not perfect. But what I will say is that we tend to look at situations case by case, and we sometimes will choose to do another interview because we have considered that recantation to be new information that has come forward. And we will assess that recantation to determine, is it valid or is it not? And to see kind of what else might be going on, to see if there is someone that can protect that child, to see if there's something else that can be done criminally or in the family court, to try to see what we need to be able to do.
And if I can give an example of, you gave an example of kind of how a case was handled 20 years ago. I'll give you an example of how a case was handled more recently. We had a child who had disclosed sexual abuse by her stepmother's father. So essentially her step-grandfather. And she had given a very detailed disclosure during her initial forensic interview. So several weeks later, when we were having our monthly team case review meeting and we were going over all of the cases and kind of what was going on with each case, the Child Protective Services caseworker on that case informed our team that this child, this 10-year-old female, had, after the forensic interview, had recanted. She had said that that did not happen with her step-grandfather, and so our Child Protective Services caseworker said they were closing out their case and they were done. And so we had some team discussion. We said, well, that disclosure was really detailed. Like, she had a lot of information. Do we understand the circumstances surrounding her recantation? And they said, no, not really, but her stepmom called and said that she had recanted. So it's like, wait, the stepmom, and it's the stepmom's father who's the offender? Do we have any concerns about that, perhaps? And so we actually, our team made the decision that we would like to bring the child back in for a forensic interview to talk about what happened after you left here. You came here and you disclosed what happened when you left, from the minute you left until now, like what's been going on. And what we found was that when she got in the car with her mom was very supportive. That weekend, when she went to visit her father and her stepmom, that's when the pressure really kicked in. Are you sure this really happened? You know, he's such a good man. He could go to prison forever. This will destroy our family. He's so supportive of us. He's so loving to you. And so over the course of the weekend, they continued to pressure her. And by the end of the weekend, they had taken her to the defense attorney's office, the defense attorney who was representing her step-grandfather. And he interviewed her along with his investigator. And she somewhat recanted. She actually didn't really recant. She just kind of stopped disclosing. So we brought her back in and interviewed her, and that's what we found out. And so we ended up taking that case to trial, and we played the forensic interview, the initial interview. We played the interview where she discussed the circumstances surrounding her recantation. I testified as an expert and shared information about recantation and the process of disclosure. So yes, we still have progress to make, but we've definitely come a long way in recognizing the benefit and the value of really taking a look at cases of recantation and giving children an opportunity for us to explore that information with the child, how that recantation came about.
So as we talk more about the research and some of the vulnerabilities, predictors, how we can address recantations, I'm going to talk to you about a case that I was involved in, and we'll just kind of work through the case together through the rest of this presentation. So we will call this child Sally. So Sally was 8 years old, and she was spending the night at her grandmother's house. her mom worked nights, and so she spent a lot of time at grandmother's house. Grandmother kept lots of grandkids, and on this particular night, Sally was there and her younger brother was also there. There was also an older cousin that was spending the night as well, that was about 17 years old. So Sally was sleeping on the couch. The older cousin, that's 17, was sleeping in another room. The younger brother, I think, was sleeping on another couch. So everyone goes to sleep. Everyone wakes up in the morning. The younger brother, who I believe was about 5 years old at the time, goes and tells Sally's grandmother that something strange happened last night, and that the cousin had gotten Sally up in the middle of the night and taken her to his bedroom. And the little brother had peeked in the bedroom and saw some things that seemed strange, and saw the cousin on top of Sally. So the grandmother brought Sally in and questioned her, and Sally disclosed and made statements about some things that had happened with the cousin, with the 17-year-old. So Sally's grandmother then took Sally to the hospital to make sure that she was okay. She had significant injuries to her bottom, and of course the doctors asked her a little bit about what happened as they were examining her and collecting evidence. And she provided the information that it was indeed her cousin who had sexually assaulted her. So then Sally was referred for a forensic interview.
Okay, so before we continue on talking about this particular case, it's probably important just to stop for a moment and just make sure that we're all on the same page with the terminology that we're using. When we talk about what a recantation is simply when a child has already made a disclosure of some form of abuse. They have actually made an outcry, made a statement, shared with someone, told someone. Recantation is different from when a child is just not talking about abuse, or when someone is asking them and they're simply denying that anything has happened. That's different. That's more of a non-disclosure. But what we're referring to when we say recantation is they've actually made a disclosure and now they're taking it back. And taking it back may come in the form of, that didn't really happen, I lied. It may come in the form of the example that Mary Beth gave earlier, where, never mind, I think that was just a dream. Or, no, I think what I told you, I think I just was confused. I think I misunderstood. I think I blew it out of proportion. So recantations can come in a variety of forms. But again, it's different than when a child is just denying, flat out denying and hasn't disclosed, or is saying, I don't want to talk about it. Because a lot of times we know in interviews, we can be interviewing a child and we say, tell me what you came to talk to me about today. And they say, I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's different. That's frustrating as can be, and we have to try to, and we'll talk more tomorrow about that type of reluctance, but that's different than, yeah, I told my teacher something, but that was a lie. That didn't really happen. Or my teacher misunderstood that. That's not what really happened. Thank you. Okay, so when we think of recantation can happen at various times throughout the process, throughout the entire process. So these are just some of the examples. I'm sure we could probably think of others. But let's say, for example, that you have so in the first one, you have a child maybe who goes to their teacher and they make a disclosure at school about, say, for example, being sexually abused by their father. And say, for example, the teacher makes a report, and then by the time the child gets home, maybe the mom greets him at the door and says, what did you say to your teacher? Somebody called me and said that you said something crazy about your dad. You know he would never do something like that. Like you cannot go to school saying things like that. And so in that case, the child may immediately recognize, oh, I don't need to continue with this. There are some consequences here. And so before you can even get to a point where you're going to conduct your interview, you already have a child who says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. She must have misunderstood. The teacher got it confused. That's not really what I meant. I'm so sorry. Of course, Daddy would never do that to me. And then they come to you for the interview, and that's what you're facing. Another example may be that, say, for example, you're interviewing, let's say, for example, a young child. And because a lot of times we know that young children don't completely understand that what's happening to them is not okay. They don't understand it's abuse. They don't understand that it's wrong. But sometimes, unfortunately, they have that realization in the middle of your interview. When you're interviewing them and they're disclosing and they're speaking rather matter-of-factly, and then, for example, you may ask them, did your dad ever say something to you when this was happening? And they say, oh, yeah. He said I wasn't supposed to tell because he could go to jail. I forgot. I think I just dreamed all this. I don't think that really happened. I think it was just a dream. And now you're in the middle of your interview. Sometimes you have a child who gives you a full disclosure during the forensic interview, and then after the interview, they find out that their dad's been arrested. And then the consequences really set in, and they say, oh, no, there's been a big misunderstanding. You took that out of context. So these are some of the examples. Also, it can happen to where you go through your full investigation, an arrest is made, a case is going to trial, and then your prosecutor's office gets a call from someone, maybe in the family, to say, our daughter says that this never really happened, so we don't want you to move forward with this trial. And then lastly, sometimes it can happen in the middle of trial. And I know that Mary Beth and I and those of us from other countries are still learning how your system works here. In the United States, children do testify in these types of cases. And a lot of times we have children who really have a lot of anxiety about sharing this information in a courtroom full of people and in front of the person who they're accusing of doing this. And sometimes we've had cases where children have recanted during trial. So those are just some of the examples.
So one of the things that I think is really helpful to consider is if we just take one more step back and think about disclosure. So remember, in order for a recantation to happen, there has to be a disclosure first, a statement about abuse that has happened. So we know that there are times where the disclosure is purposeful, right? So we know that a child tells someone, and they tell someone sort of an adult. They tell a teacher, they tell a counselor, they tell someone who can do something about it. They tell another friend's parent, they tell their mom, they tell grandmother, they tell someone in the hopes that maybe it will make the abuse stop. That's a purposeful disclosure. But we also have disclosures that happen accidentally, where maybe someone else discovers something and then asks the child about it. So in this situation with Sally, that came out because of the younger brother who saw something and told the grandma. Maybe there's evidence found. I know that we are finding more and more situations where there's video evidence or digital evidence found of abuse that has happened to children. We sometimes find evidence of sexually transmitted infections or children who are pregnant and they are not dating, and we know that there is a concern. So we know that, or maybe there are concerning sexual behaviors in children that are just entirely too young. And so then someone asks them what happened or what's going on, and they make a disclosure. Those, they did not intend to actually tell anybody, but then they were asked, and then they made a statement. There's also, though, this idea of they purposefully tell someone, but they think that that person is going to basically take it to the grave. They're not going to tell anyone else. And that, while yes, it's purposeful, is a little more of confiding, like telling a secret versus disclosing and making a statement.
It's like confiding versus sometimes you tell a friend, but you didn't mean for it to get reported to the police. It's a whole different level. Okay, so we're going to take another step back too and just look at a little bit of the research about the disclosure process because, as Mary Beth said, the disclosure process is closely related to when you have a recantation that occurs. So what we're going to look at first is just this study, this first study that was McIlvaney and others back in 2011. And this was a study involving 22 youth, and these youth individuals, these children who were ages 8 to 18, all had a confirmed, substantiated history of child sexual abuse. And as part of this research, in addition to interviewing these children, they also interviewed 14 of the parents of these 22 children. And what they found, not surprising to any of us, is that most of these children who had been sexually abused had delayed in disclosing. They had not been sexually abused and immediately gone and told someone. They had actually actively withheld and shared and kept that information to themselves. And again, that's not any surprise to any of us. Most of us are interviewing cases that happened a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, several years ago. But if we go back also a little step further and we look at some retrospective studies, what this first study there were actually several studies that contributed to this, and what they found, different researchers found that when they talked with adults who had a history of child sexual abuse, that hardly any of them had disclosed the child sexual abuse during their childhood. Some of them had still never disclosed other than through this interview respondent process. And then another retrospective study they looked at, Tom Lyons and others looked at, they went back and looked at 20 years of cases where children had been taken to hospitals for some type of treatment unrelated to anything that they thought of a sexual nature. So maybe they had a broken arm, maybe they had a sore throat, maybe they had a stomach ache, just various reasons that these children went to the hospital. And during that 20-year period, there were a number of children who reported to the hospital for some other reason who were found to have a sexually transmitted infection, particularly in this study, gonorrhea. And what they found in looking at all of those cases over the 20 years is none of those children had made a prior disclosure of child sexual abuse. So they come in, for one thing, they have a sexually transmitted infection, and none of them had made a prior disclosure. So again, it just confirms what we already know, is that most children, when you think about it, we see kids every day, and many of them disclose. And so we think, oh, most kids disclose, but we're really just seeing the very tip of the iceberg. We're seeing the kids who've made a disclosure. We have no idea how big the iceberg is underneath the water. How many children have never made a disclosure? And what they found was even when they asked the children who ended up who tested positive for gonorrhea, even when they asked them and gently confronted them with the information that they had a sexually transmitted infection, still less than 50% revealed sexual abuse at that time. So we know there are lots and lots and lots of reasons why children don't disclose. And oftentimes those reasons why children don't disclose come back into play in the form of a recantation after they have disclosed. So we're going to talk more about that. Oops. Okay, so when children have experienced sexual abuse and they are actively withholding, a lot of times what they're trying to do is manage. Okay, I don't like this sexual abuse. I don't like what's happening to me. I don't like what this person is doing. I would like for it to stop. And then on the other hand, but if I tell, my mom will be upset. What if people don't believe me? What if he goes to jail? What if my brothers and sisters are mad at me? What if we lose our house? What if I go into foster care? But I really don't like this, and I want this to stop, and I don't enjoy this. And it's this back and forth for children. And it becomes kind of like a pressure cooker where they're just so full on the inside of all of the tension and the stress of trying to manage what's happening to them. They're trying to manage a burden that never should have been theirs to manage, right? It never should have been their burden to carry, but yet they are. And so oftentimes, after a period of not disclosing, then you have a child who makes the decision, okay, I have to weigh this out. Is it better to keep enduring this, or is it better for me to just suck it up and make it and just disclose to someone and try to get some help? And so oftentimes they release the valve on the pressure cooker and they say, I'm going to tell. I have to tell. I have to get some help. I can't manage this on my own anymore. So then what happens oftentimes is once they've disclosed all of the consequences that they were worried about, people going to jail, my mom being upset and depressed, my brothers and sisters being mad at me, maybe people don't believe me, I have to talk about this, all that pressure starts to build again. So now they have all this pressure of all the consequences that they're facing after disclosing, and so then they have to decide, is it worth it for me to maintain this disclosure? Is it my mom being miserable, my dad being in jail, my brothers and sisters being upset, we're going to lose our house, we have to go into foster? Is all of that worth it? Probably not sometimes for a lot of kids. And so then that pressure builds back up and they release the valve again, and it's a lot easier to say, never mind, I was just kidding, or I think it was just a dream, or I'm so sorry I misunderstood, or it really wasn't my dad, it was really someone else, my dad would never do that. So the recantation manifests in some form or fashion, and it puts them right back in that state of non-disclosure.
So when we think about the research for understanding recantation, I just want to talk for a minute about how we get the data. So there's two ways generally we get the data. We get the data on recantation through looking at case files of kids who have disclosed abuse, and then looking at kind of what types of cases are considered real cases, true cases, corroborated cases of child sexual abuse, and then looking at how, like, what percentage of those cases was there a recantation. But then the other way is we have the different lab studies where they sort of are looking at having maybe an adult do something that's sort of wrong and then seeing if the child will tell on that adult. Now, we know there's limitations in both of those ways of gathering information. We know that we are never going to take children into a lab, sexually abuse them, see if they tell, and then see if they recant. Because, that's awful. We would never do that. But we try to simulate just seeing if kids will tell on their parents about a transgression or something that they did wrong, or tell on another adult. And then we look at case files from like Child Protective Services or family court. So as far as recantation rates, depending on what studies you look at, it's important just to know that there are some studies that show that the recantation rates are as small as like 4%. So there are people who will say, oh, recantation almost never happens. And then there's others who say, well, recantation definitely does happen. And there are some folks who say recantation always happens, which it does not always happen. But based on the research, what we know is in one research study, they looked at 257 records of cases that they considered to be substantiated. So what they had was a sexual abuse outcry, a disclosure by a child, but they also had some other piece of evidence. So it was not just a child's good, solid outcry. It was a witness to the abuse. It was a suspect confession. It was other types of physical evidence or something that corroborated that child's statement. And so of those 257 cases, what they found was there was about a 23% rate of recantation. So almost 1 in 4. And then conversely in lab studies where they had basically like a grown-up come in, play with a puppet, and then break the puppet, they had the children questioned. So the children who told that they saw the adult break the puppet, they had the moms of those children divided into two groups. One group of moms was unsupportive. The other group of moms was super supportive of the child telling the truth. In the unsupportive group of moms, there was a 46% rate of recantation. In the supportive group, there was a 0% rate of recantation. Now we know that some stranger who broke a puppet is very different than a family member or someone close to you sexually abusing you. There's so many differences. But I think it does speak to what are some of the factors that play into what motivates children to take their statements back, to retract their statements. So what in the rates, what we find is even in the lab study, that the 46% that had the unsupportive mothers that ended up recanting, across the whole study, it was 23% of the children. So we're really looking at close to 1 in 4 kids may recant their initial outcry of abuse.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about some different research studies related to recantation, but these are kind of a compilation of all of the different, or many of the different predictors that have revealed themselves through the course of these different research studies as being predictors of potential recantation. So these are things that we need to be keeping our eyes open for, because when we have cases that demonstrate these types of predictors that we're going to read through, that we're going to look through, then we just need to be prepared that we may be dealing with a case that may result in a recantation at some point during the process. So really by far the most prevalent predictor that the research has revealed in terms of the likelihood that a child may at some point recant their disclosure is having an unsupportive caregiver. And oftentimes it's a mother, but sometimes children are raised by a grandmother or raised by an uncle. So really anyone in a that's supposed to be in a supportive family caregiver role, if that individual is unsupportive, then you have a higher likelihood that you're going to have a recantation. That's also true for siblings. We don't have it on this slide, but there's also some research to support that when children don't feel supported by their siblings, Dad would never do that. Why are you saying that? This is terrible. Like we're not gonna have our dad anymore. That can be a predictor of a child saying, okay, I'm just ruining life for everybody. Additional predictors remaining in that unsupportive home. So it's one thing if you have an unsupportive caregiver mom. If you go into foster care, and you'll actually see this at the bottom, for children who go into foster care, so for children who remain in the home with that unsupportive caregiver, they continue to be obviously at an increased risk for recantation. However, the likelihood of recantation actually slightly decreases if they go into foster care. I think a lot of times, intuitively, we would assume if a child goes into foster care, they may be more inclined to recant, and they may. Again, this is just general research. But for some children, it's actually, and it doesn't mean we should all go removing children and placing them in foster care every time we have a concern about a caregiver. But for those children who are facing really significant pressure from that unsupportive caregiver, being in foster care actually decreases the likelihood that they will recant. Children under 10, now really what the research finds is not so much our little small children like 3, 4, 5, it's really more like our 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old children. And part of that, I think, this is me speculating, but I think part of that is at that age, we really, 7, 8, 9, 10, we really understand the value of family. We haven't reached adolescence yet where we're trying to be independent and the heck with our parents and we'll make it on our own. Like we recognize the value of family and we really want to keep our family intact. And so you can see why that pressure might feel more significant for a child in that age range. Obviously, if the perpetrator is someone who's in the household, that increases the likelihood of recantation and continued contact with the perpetrator. We've had cases, embarrassingly enough, I would say, in my county where we've had judges who've said, well, until he's prosecuted, what do you think about whether or not maybe they could just have supervised visitation? Because, you know, they're not going to molest the child in front of other people. It's like there are a whole host of reasons why that is a terrible idea, one of which is it's going to increase the likelihood of recantation. Just one of many, many problems with that. Okay. Okay, so Mary Beth put this slide in here, and she was explaining to me last night kind of her idea behind putting it in there. And she was talking about sometimes we can just feel the storm brewing. And we know that a storm is brewing and we have potential for recantation. I like this graphic for that. So I think that this can be particularly relevant to be thinking of this when you all are getting ready to do your pre-interview assessment process. And to be looking at those factors during that pre-interview assessment. Is our caregiver, we always say non-offending caregiver, is our caregiver supportive or not? Do we have a perpetrator who is living in the home who's the primary income earner? Do we have other family members who are not supportive or who are sort of casting doubt on the child? Do we have a child in that 7, 8, 9 to 10 year range? Is the child still living in the home with these potentially unsupportive caregivers? If these are factors that we're seeing in that pre-interview assessment, will you click ahead, did you? Will you click ahead? Thank you. If those are factors that we determine during that pre-interview assessment, then what can we do? We can try to schedule that forensic interview for one as quickly as possible, before that child has begun to really internalize all of that pressure that they're feeling and that they're receiving from others. So when you have those situations and you recognize them, go ahead and try to get that interview scheduled as quickly as possible. And once you have that interview scheduled, you really want to focus on these things during any forensic interview. But when you have concerns that recantation may happen at some point, you want to try to get as much information from the child as you can during that interview to help you be able to assess that recantation down the road with information you received in the initial interview. So you really want to be talking to the child about what led to their disclosure. How did they end up disclosing, and who did they disclose to, and how come they made that decision, and how come it was difficult to tell prior to that? And you want to find out, how did other people respond? If they say, my mom hugged me and said, I'm so proud of you, I believe in you, and thank you for telling me, that's one thing. If they say, my mom said, I don't know what you're talking about, and I want you to never say that again, that's different. That may help us later in 3 months if we hear that the child recanted. We've got that on video where the child is explaining, this is what I was facing when I disclosed or when I tried to disclose. We want to find out, again, how did other people respond to the child? What's been the environment? Has mom been so depressed and can't come out of her room and she's crying? And maybe the mom isn't telling the child to take it back, but maybe the child sees now, my mom is depressed, my mom is worried. So again, we can find out these pieces of information during the initial interview, and unfortunately, if we have a recantation, we can use that to help us explore. What are their fears or concerns during that initial interview? Do you have any worries? Now that you've shared this with me, you told me you shared it with your teacher, do you have any worries? Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen when my mom finds out. So now we know that's a worry, and later that may help us understand. You also may want to consider interviewing other children in the home, even if they have not made a disclosure. First of all, because something may have happened to them, but also they can be great sources of information where they can talk about, well, when my sister told my mom about what happened, my dad spanked her. Okay, that's helpful to know that that was the response that the child got, and that if they're still being punished, that might help us understand why they might recant at some point. So those are some of the things that we can sort of keep in mind as we're trying to prevent recantations. Interview as quickly as possible. Oops, wrong one.
So with our case with Sally, so remember Sally went to the hospital. She had some pretty significant injuries. We scheduled the forensic interview. Sally came in willingly. Her mom So Sally's mom had some drug issues, had some dependence issues. She wasn't super stable, but she loved Sally, but she had a lot of different challenges. But she brought Sally to the forensic interview, and Sally made a full disclosure of what happened. She described how her cousin came into the room in the middle of the night, picked her up off the couch, took her into the bedroom, assaulted her. She described the positioning. She described the feelings of pain. She gave all kinds of details that were consistent with what she was saying. So it was a solid interview with lots of good information gathered. She described that it seemed that the family was supportive at the time. Her grandmother and even her aunt, the cousin's mother, seemed supportive at that time. So just a couple of other suggestions about preventing recantations. And I think this definitely looks different in our communities in the United States, even in Georgia, in the state of Georgia. But what we know is that a lot of times families can initially be very supportive, and then when reality sets in, when jail happens, when income is lost, when there's pressure from additional family members, that is when maybe the supportiveness begins to decrease. So if we can connect the mother or connect the caregiver to some support, is it church? Is it a community? Is it a therapist, a social worker? Who can be someone that can kind of work with that mother or caregiver? Does this caregiver need education on abuse and on disclosure? Is there someone who can do a needs assessment? What type of needs does this caregiver have? Is the abuser the spouse? Are they going to need a potential attorney to have divorce proceedings? That is an overwhelming thing to try to navigate. So what kind of needs does the caregiver have? We have a victims compensation program in the United States, and where that can be a source of some financial support for the caregiver and for the child. What type of legal support might the family need and the caregiver need? And again, a lot of times the faith community for the caregivers can be a significant source of support. But ensure that not only are we looking at the needs of the child, but look at the needs of the caregiver, because again, when the caregiver loses support and the caregiver begins to withdraw support from the child, that's when the child begins to take back their statement. So for the child, we want to look at making sure that child gets connected to therapeutic resources quickly. We want, if you have access to supports in that child's school, making sure that child is connected to supports in school. Continued assessment of that caregiver's supportiveness, making sure there's resources for placement for that child if needed. Are there other family members? Are there people that could step up to help be stable for that child? Is an out-of-home placement, foster care, or another home best for that child? If we must have contact, if that child must have contact with the offender, we want it limited and we want it supervised. We want to make sure that there are no statements made to that child that is going to impact him or her. We also want to just make sure that we are remaining as engaged as possible. I think all of our criminal justice systems tend to be a little slow and take some time. So we want to do our best to help support the family along the way. So one of the things we have to consider, though, is that there are two reasons two big reasons for recantation. Maybe. Sorry about that. So there's two big reasons for recantations. So recantation sometimes happens because children were not honest when they said that something happened. I mean, I think we know that there are times that children say that something happened when maybe it didn't. And there's all kinds of reasons. They may be protecting themselves, they may be protecting someone else, but we recognize that sometimes that does happen. And so someone has been accused when they, in fact, maybe did not do anything. And so we have to balance that out with the other reason is that what we've talked about. The child has made a statement, and now they are facing the consequences of those statements.
I had a case once where a teenage male, I interviewed a teenage male, and he came in and he was extremely depressed. He was really having a lot of challenges and struggles. And he, during the interview with me, he disclosed some sexual abuse that took place at this recreational facility where he went for after-school activities. He didn't know the person's name. He couldn't really describe the person. But he seemed really bothered. But he just didn't have a lot of detail, and it was just hard to kind of make sense. He seemed like something was really burdening him, but we just couldn't quite put our finger on it from an investigative standpoint. So like our investigators were trying to sort of figure out what they could do to look into this, and we didn't know the person's name or really what he looked like. And so a couple of weeks later, we had gotten a phone call from the mother of this young teenage boy, and she had reported to us that the night before, he had come to her and recanted and said, what I told you happened at the recreational facility never really happened. That didn't really happen. The next morning, the young man's father came to the mother and said, I've been sexually abusing our son for the last several years. So when we interviewed him again, he said he just was so depressed and he needed help, and he wanted to disclose that he was a victim of sexual abuse, but he did not want to endure the consequences for his family, his father. He also thought this would be a way for his father to be like, oh boy, he's going to tell, let me stop. And so that was a unique spin on a recantation, is that it actually didn't happen by this person, it was my father. I don't know that he would have ever disclosed about his father had his father not confessed to his mother that morning.
So we are going to wrap up with a few ways to consider addressing the recantation. When a recantation happens, I think it is important that we investigate the recantation. Is there, like, what led to it? Now, I know I am a forensic interviewer. I am not an investigator. I'm not law enforcement. I'm not a prosecutor. I do not call the shots, but I do make recommendations. These are people I work with every day. And so I do have honest conversations with them around, I think we need to talk. I think we need to see what else is going on. And we might want to consider another interview given the new information that has come out. Let's see if the child is willing. So investigate the recantation. Let's talk about what happened prior to the recantation. Does anyone know? Who did the child reportedly recant to? How did the caregiver reportedly respond to the recantation? Maybe you want to review the forensic interview that has been conducted, if there's been one that's already been conducted. Did that interview make sense? Was there anything that was a little strange about it? Does the recantation make more sense or less sense? And was there evidence supporting the initial interview or the recantation? And determine if maybe an additional interview is needed. Again, this is new evidence, new information that's come out. Some kids are willing to participate, some kids are not willing. I do not do an interview for every recantation. I do an interview for some of them. Sometimes we just do not do it because the case is so strong. It is so very strong, and we just have someone who can testify as an expert in our court system about why children recant.
And I think too, and I definitely agree that I don't do it in every case, but I think that there is an argument to be made that even if the initial interview and the evidence is so strong, there's still value in understanding what type of pressure is this child enduring and where is it coming from? And are they going to be able to get the support they need and heal and move forward? So is it incumbent upon us to provide the child that opportunity to perhaps share that information?
So I want to wrap up with Sally and tell you what happened with Sally. So the case was getting prepared for trial, and Sally was brought to the prosecutor's office by her aunt, the cousin's mom, and the aunt said, well, Sally has something to tell you. And she even has it in writing, and look, it is legal because the aunt certified it or something. So Sally recanted, reportedly. Well, the prosecutor just looked at this and thought, oh my goodness. So after lots of hoops to jump through to make sure that Sally was safe, Sally was brought in for another forensic interview. And it was just a mess of a forensic interview. It was all over the place. It was so confusing. It made no sense. So when I interviewed Sally, some of the things that happened was, I had it very open-ended, and she would say, I said, well, how did all of this even come out? And she said, well, my brother saw my cousin get me up off the couch and took me in the, oh, wait. Oh, no, that did not happen. And she caught herself because she's not supposed to talk about what really happened. So it was a total, what I call it, a train wreck. It was a mess. She talked about it being a neighbor who sexually abused her. She talked about it being someone else who sexually abused her. She talked about it being the man upstairs who sexually abused her. Now, in the United States, for me, what I hear when I hear the man upstairs, I think God. And so I'm like, wait, what are we talking about? It was everywhere. It was a crazy interview. But I let her talk. And what we had two pieces that fit in a puzzle. Which piece fit? And so the prosecutor looked at everything and looked at which piece fit. And the piece that fit with the medical evidence, with the witnesses, with everything, was the piece of the cousin. And so the prosecutor took it to trial. I had to get up and talk about this recantation interview. That was a mess. That was crazy. And Sally got up and testified. She continued to testify that it wasn't her cousin because she had so much pressure to protect her family. The prosecutor did not push her, make her tell the truth. Just put her up, let her say her piece, put both of the interviews up, had an expert get up and talk about recantation, closed their case, and the cousin was convicted, and Sally was safe. So I say that to say we have a lot to learn, and we have the research to support that we know this does happen in valid cases. And so before we just stop in our tracks when we have a recantation, let's just think about what can we do. Are there things we can do to prevent? Are there things we can do to address it? And how do we continue to treat our kids with the dignity and the respect that you very clearly treat them with every day as we try to put the pieces of the puzzle together and see what fits? So thank you so much for your work with your kids. Thank you.
y ahora vamos a pasar a una ronda, ¿cierto?, de preguntas y respuestas. Para eso vamos a habilitar aquí en el sector del escenario las mesas, ¿cierto? Y vamos a invitar nuevamente a Jennifer y Beatriz a que vuelvan al escenario. Muchas gracias.
Oh, thank you.
Y vamos a tener, ¿cierto?, en el auditorio, por un lado, Pastor Paz con micrófono y Patricia por este otro lado también con micrófono. Aquellas personas que quieran preguntar, levantan la manito, ¿cierto? Y nos vamos a acercar. Es importante, ¿cierto?, que la pregunta sea con micrófono. Es muy importante que la pregunta sea con micrófono para poder hacer la traducción en simultáneo.
I think the main question is what time is lunch?
Adelante, por favor.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a todas, a todos. Muchas gracias a los exponentes también, a las exponentes. Mi nombre es Carolina Sotelo, soy psicóloga clínica del Centro de Entrevista Investigativa Videograbada de la PDI. Y quisiera sobre todo comentarles que nosotros estamos iniciando de forma muy inicial, ¿verdad? Hemos preparado un plan anual nacional de salud mental para los entrevistadores y tiene varias dinámicas, ¿verdad? Y varias actividades para poder realizar junto a nuestros entrevistadores. Pero nosotros hicimos el primer diagnóstico de evaluación de salud mental. No sé si se está traduciendo. No.
The translating is working?
Oh, yeah, we're listening. Or I'm listening. Sorry.
No, al parecer no se está.
We can, but I don't think Dr. I don't think Dr. Middleton has hers.
Jennifer no tiene el traductor.
¿Ahora sí? ¿Sí? Ahora sí. Bueno, les comentaba que este año nosotros hemos preparado por primera vez un plan de salud mental a nivel nacional. No, parece que no, todavía no.
Es en español. I tried, but... Chino, thank you. Lo siento.
Backlash, and we got the first results at a national level, and the interviewers from PDI show a high level of emotional distress and moderate depersonalization and moderate self-realization. So this is our first approach in order to assess our interviewers. And this, I would say, the main concern, the most important concern in the interview center. Now, the findings that I would like to share with you and with the rest of the table are mainly related to the fact that the first finding that we can see is that our interviewers have very high encouragement and passion for what they do. They care much about the interview. Secondly, our second finding is what you have requested, which is this lack of trust, social lack of trust, where they were reluctant, right? Reluctant or on the cynicism of all the actions that where their kids were involved, for example. But the third finding, and that's that I would like to share and know if you have anything to say about that from your experience, is that the interviewer, especially in the PDI, and as far as I understand, that's also in the police department in Carabineros de Chile, they play two roles. The law states that it is not exclusive. The work of this interviewer is not exclusive, but it is preferential, meaning that the most important finding of emotional burnout of interviewers of PDI was that they were playing 2 or 3 roles besides being the interviewers. So, extra shifts, concurrences, they have to make shifts, and also interviewer. And for us, that was a key indicator that we wanted to show that for the first time, as a matter of fact. This is the first diagnosis that we are doing at the national level, where we are interviewing almost 100% of interviewers, which is 100 interviews. So I would like first to share this experience with you from PDI, and also the way you have worked on this, of having different functions, okay? Besides being the interviewer, and how we could mitigate and take care to our interviewers in terms of mental health. Thank you very much for your answer.
You guys go ahead. This is definitely your area.
So much for sharing the results of your study with the PDI interviewers, and I think your results are very interesting. I'm going to start with just a question, and we can connect later, but I'm wondering if you took the results and looked at differences in their levels of personal distress and decreased trust based on the groups that have more higher caseloads, higher workloads, and multiple roles versus those who have fewer roles and lower caseloads. I would be curious to see if there is a difference in the levels of distress.
¿Es evidente la
Yes, and the evidence is, the difference is evident from the officers that are exclusive, like, for example, in the metropolitan region, they have one single role, and the difference in the regions or at the national level, the interviewers that do more than one thing. Interviews and other guard shifts, as I said before, concurrences and others. So we also evidence that there is a lack, there's a difference that is important on the emotional distress.
And the good news is that we did meet with
¿Más preguntas? Por allá el caballero.
Do we have any more questions? There's a person on the back.
I'm prosecutor. How we can recognize in ourselves this the burnout? Thank you.
I'll talk about personal awareness. Okay. Do we have all day? Just notice if you go to a place and you start sharing your stories. What do you do for a living? Oh, as a matter of fact, I'm a prosecutor. Oh, as a matter of fact, I'm an interviewing. And then slowly people are like moving away from you. See you later. Or people are like, can I have a martini, por favor? Because if I'm going to listen to your stories, normal people, I'm not calling you abnormal, I'm just saying, normal people, they need a drink to talk to you. Right? So I think it's important to recognize that your baseline is elevated. Your baseline numbs you. You no longer recognize what's normal. Right? So that is something really important. And the other thing I'll say, and then I'll pass it to Dr. Middleton, is that that awareness comes through culture. When I gave permission to my colleagues, when I gave permission to my supervisees, when I gave permission to my partners, to my professional colleagues, to my spouse, to say, can you show me when that's happening? Then everything changed. Because you know what? Oh, my wife is so happy to tell me. She was the first person to actually start identifying. As a matter of fact, when you're a little crispy, this is how you look. You talk really fast. You don't sleep. In the morning, you're awake. And so I think that there's that piece of involving the culture to be very open. Because sometimes our egos don't allow us to have people tell us that we're not at our best. And the third piece, and obviously there's a lot more that Dr. Middleton
you think about creating self-awareness of how you're being impacted when you're constantly moving, one of the pieces of science that we're using to develop very specific tools to address this is based on our understanding of how the impact of trauma happens, including secondary trauma. So we have an experience when we're actually in the moment. I call it when I'm on. When I am face-to-face with a child and they're disclosing all sorts of horrible information, the hair on the back of my neck goes up. If I don't pay attention, my breathing gets a little more shallow. I tend to hunch forward, or if I'm sitting at a small table with a child, I kind of ground my body, right? So I'm physically taking in the information in my body. Now, I had the same challenge you had when someone first talked to me about this, when I was experiencing vicarious trauma, and the therapist said, what happens physically to you when you're doing an interview? And I said, I don't know. I'm so focused on what the child's saying, what the prosecutor needs me to ask, what the police need me to ask, what the social service person needs me to ask, and the child, and I'm also assessing the child's developmental ability and their linguistic capabilities, right? All of these things are happening cognitively for me. So I was not aware of what I was doing. So she said, go back to work next week, and all I want you to do is pay attention to what you do when you're on. So whatever that means for you. For me, it was when I'm face-to-face with a child in the interview, what am I even doing? I forgot to do it for like a month because I was so busy. But then I remembered, and the first time I did it, I remember to this day what happened. It was a 4-year-old boy. He was disclosing what happened to him from a cousin. And all of a sudden, I remembered to pay attention to what I was doing, and I realized all of those things, hunched over, shallow breathing, a little bit tense, like just grounding myself. So I sat back, and I just took a deep breath. And guess what happened? The little boy did the same. So one, it made me aware of what was happening to me physically and how I was taking the information, the trauma into my body. It also made me aware of how my response is so important and can be helpful to the person I'm interviewing. So from there, we apply the principles of trauma happens during. We have those impacts during. Also, we know from working with trauma victims that they still feel the trauma after, right? Immediately after, and even short term, they might have nightmares. Things might trigger them. They might become hypervigilant about certain noises or smells or people or how people look, right? So that's kind of short term afterwards, and even long term. We know that trauma survivors still suffer sometimes. They still have triggers and pain that comes up for them from time to time. So because we know that, then the way that we address the awareness is we know we're doing something physically, it's happening to us during, immediately after, and even long term, and actually even before the interview, there's something happening. So we design our strategies to intervene at those points. And this is going to sound really hard, but in addition to you maybe going back, when you're done with the Congress and you go back to work, paying attention to what you're doing during the moment, whether it's when you're face-to-face with a parent and they're yelling because something has happened to their child, or you're interviewing the child, whatever it might be, pay attention to your body. And then we'll teach in our workshop, there are so many things we can do even during to help us regulate ourselves so that we stop the the hormone chemicals that are being dumped in our body. We can actually stop it because our body is saying, even though it's not happening to us, secondarily we're hearing it and our body thinks it's a threat. So there are things we can do in the moment, afterwards, and ongoing. And then the best part is if you learn all of it with your team, you can help remind each other to practice that safety plan or to practice the self-care plan so that we can help to mitigate the impact. But for me, it all started with that awareness. And again, I forgot to do it for like a month. But once I figured it out, it helped me so much more. I stopped having the nightmares. I remembered when I drove home, how I got home. And I was able to engage differently over time in my relationships.
Do you have questions for them?
The witnesses to go to the oral trial, and then in that minute they tell you that there is recantation. How to work with that? If the victim is recanting or giving a different disclosure to what they said during the interview, is it recommendable to ask questions about that in that moment, about the recantation itself, or how to work that during trial with the victim there?
That's a very good question. I think it depends. I think that's the answer to every forensic interview question asked, right? It depends. I think first you have to decide, is it a recantation or is it that the details have changed? And because we know that, there are details that will change over time because of the way that memory works. So is it a recantation? Is it hesitancy? Is it being nervous about, just this process? But if it is a true recantation, one of my thoughts would be to just pause and maybe kind of think about what you have as evidence at that moment before kind of continuing to ask more questions. Now, if this is during like testimony, I think you have to continue to ask questions and just let it play out. But I would ask those questions about how life has been leading up to the hearing or to the case to determine, has there been pressure made to this child, how this child feels about testifying or about giving their statement. I think there's so many different ways to approach it, but if you are preparing your case, and so testimony is not happening yet, I would say pause and kind of gather your thoughts, work with whoever else is working with the family, whoever is involved with the case, to come up with a plan to determine if maybe another interview needs to happen, maybe depending on what the laws will allow and what practice will allow, but further exploring that recantation and determining if there is some pressure that has occurred. Because usually that is what we have found, especially when it is leading up to trial and testimony.
It's a very good question. The one thing I would add as well is you had mentioned that one of the ways that you could handle this is to communicate with the team members and the parties who are involved. And if the child does have a therapist or a victim advocate that they're working with closely, I would try to, if this is not happening on the actual witness stand, but this is happening maybe in the courtroom or in the courthouse, I would have them try to meet with their therapist, bring that therapist in, because it could be panic. It could be just an initial anxiety attack, panic attack. And if the therapist could come in and utilize some of the trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy techniques that they've been doing with them, EMDR even potentially, to try to sort of ground them and help them get reconnected with their coping skills, it could just be sort of a knee-jerk panic anxiety moment. But yeah, I think a lot of it just depends on the circumstances. It's a really good question, and it's a very frustrating thing when it happens.
Muy bien, de esta forma estamos llegando al fin del blog.
Okay, this is how we are reaching the end of the morning session. Thank you very much, Mary Beth Nelson, Amy, Beatriz. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Excellent morning.
Si me permites un momento, antes de retirarnos, vamos
Before we
a
leave, we are going to practice compassion fatigue techniques as we speak, because this matter, this subject matter, has made us remember cases that we have all been through, right?
We talked about trauma, we talked about sexual abuse, we talked about the hospital, and so we're going to practice something very quick in your body. So I want you to kind of get straight and nice, tall, like someone's pulling you, something's pulling you. You can be seated, but just like someone's pulling you, and I want you to put your feet on the ground, like really nice, like, the earth is holding me. And I want you to breathe in. And I want you to notice where in your body you might have tension. So your shoulders, some of us might not have any tension. Some of us might be, this has been a great break. Where in your body do you feel it? And if my colleagues can come up here and stand next to me, that would be great. So now I'm going to ask you to just kind of do a little limpieza. Because part of when, I'm from Central America, so a little, brujita. And the limpieza, the concept of limpieza in our culture is really cleaning up. Because whatever stories you heard today, they don't belong in your body. So I want you to just kind of do a little limpieza, like, get out. Not here, not today. Yeah, just, This is called a releasing exercise. In my culture, we'll be like, okay, Jen, stay right there, and right? Just that cleaning exercise, because whatever got activated inside of you, it does not need to be in your body today. We're going to learn more about that tomorrow. Now, if you can hold that, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. And the two of you, what I want you to do is hold your hands out like this. So do you. And so you're going to take a deep breath. And then you're going to go whoosh. And when you do whoosh, we want you to whoosh all that energy to us. You ready? Right? So together, 1. And now I want you to make it really nice and loud. 1, 2, 3. Right? Exactly. And then we'll do one more thing. We're going to do like a little clave.
Gracias, Beatriz.
And this is just to say that every day, when you get out of your job, do a limpieza. Leave it behind. It does not belong in your body. Thank you so much.
Un aplauso para nuestras expositoras.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. Okay. Afternoon session will start on time at 3 p.m. It is very important that you are here, please, 5 minutes before 3, because we are going to be quite on time. And I would like to remind you to please bring all the simultaneous interpretation devices back, okay, where you got them. 15 hours, and that means 3 p.m. Thank you.
Les recordamos que la siguiente clase magistral será dictada en inglés, por lo que les recordamos que pueden retirar sus dispositivos de traducción simultánea en el hall de ingreso. Reiteramos, la siguiente clase magistral será dictada en inglés. Aquellos que requieran traducción simultánea, los invitamos a retirar sus dispositivos en el hall de ingreso.
so I treasure. My love for you has brought me out of me. My love for you has brought me out of me. The beauty in your heart has set me free, set me free.
Muy buenas tardes a todos nuevamente.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, before restarting with our next master's class, let me remind you that this is going to be in English. So if you need simultaneous interpretation, please pick up your devices in at the entrance hall. And also, please, I would like to remind you to mute your cell phones.
Los invitamos a tomar asiento. Vamos a...
Okay, I would like you to be seated, please. We are going to start. We will now be joined by Rukiya Stein, who traveled all the way from Australia to join us during this week. Rukiya specializes in speech, language pathology, and communication. Currently studying a degree from the School of Law and Justice at the University of Newcastle. It is accredited intermediary in the Sex Crimes Against Women. That's a testing program in Sydney, Australia. She also works as an intermediary independent in cases of defendants, victims, and vulnerable adults. He has over 23 years of experience working with children and adults with difficulty in communications such as autism, intellectual disabilities, Down syndrome, selective mutism, among other learning difficulties. She will now give the class Communication Disabilities in children and adolescents. Challenges for victims of the justice system. A round of applause for her.
Hola, buenas tardes. Estoy muy emocionada.
Good afternoon. I'm quite excited to be here this afternoon. Thank you very much to the Fundación Amparo y Justicia, Catalina, Carolina, Rocío, Joanna, and Valentina for inviting me here today. It is an honor to present this information to you. Everyone I have met have been warm and warm. Thank you. My Spanish, I'm sorry, that is almost new.
Today I'm going to talk about communication disabilities in the justice process, particularly in the criminal justice process, and the challenges for children and adolescents with these difficulties. I wanted to start off with this quote. So it's in English, so I'm going to read it. Inclusion is intentional, okay? So it's something that we can do. It is about identifying and removing barriers so that everyone can participate to the best of their ability. So I just want to take a second, first of all, leave you with that quote. If I can just see, can everyone hear me if I'm here? Yes. A show of hands from the room of who worked or has worked as an interviewer with a child or an adolescent with, first of all, autism. Who has interviewed someone with autism? So quite a fair few. What about other disabilities? Any disabilities? Well, communication disabilities mainly, but okay. So, and quick show of hands, do you find that the number of children coming to you for interviews is increasing, the number of them with disabilities or at least autism? Yes or no? Yes with hands. See? Okay. So that's why I think this is important. This is important because every child that comes through that door, we as interviewers, we as people need to remove those barriers for them to communicate. It's not up to them to help you communicate with them. It's about you communicating with them, okay? So, just a quick overview of what I'm going to cover today. I'm going to talk a little bit about vulnerability and what it means to be vulnerable. A very short overview of typically developing language, so what typically developing children, what their language would look like. A few different communication disabilities. There's quite a lot of them, so I'm not going to cover all of them, but I'm going to cover a few of them. I'm going to speak about children and adolescents on the autism spectrum, the barriers that a lot of these children face in both investigative interviews and at court, and then my final thoughts. So, vulnerability generally is a term that's used quite a lot in many ways, in many different situations. There isn't actually one definition. I've been through a lot of the research, and there's been a lot of talk on what does it mean to be vulnerable. And there isn't really one definition, because vulnerability can be a result of a situation you're in. It could be a result of where you're from. It could be a result of an experience you've had. It could be a result of a number of factors. But in this situation, vulnerability can be linked to having some sort of disability, being autistic, having attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, having any kind of cognitive impairments or intellectual disabilities, mental health issues purely. Age can make someone vulnerable, like children. And also being from a culturally and linguistically diverse background where you don't really speak the language of the justice process. Now, any of these individuals that come into contact with the justice system with any of these vulnerabilities due to their physical, mental, social, cultural, or language issues, the vulnerability will increase because this process of going to a forensic interview or the process of giving evidence at court is a foreign process. It's very stressful, and it's new to them. It's not your everyday thing. It's not like just going to school. It's not just like going to the park. It's not just like going to see your friends. You're going to talk about something that is highly stressful. It's embarrassing, but it's also a very foreign environment. So language barriers, trauma, misunderstanding of the legal language, the language that forensic interviewers use sometimes or that even people at court use, that can also make people very vulnerable. So, and also just the fact that someone has any kind of communication disability or problems with their communication makes them vulnerable. The other thing is that there's a lot of lack of training on the part of interviewers and legal professionals on child development and disability. So that in turn makes a person vulnerable because they're in front of someone who doesn't understand them. Not because they can't understand them because of their communication, they don't understand their needs, and that makes them vulnerable. The other side of that is you as interviewers should feel vulnerable in that situation. That's why you're here, because you don't know a lot of information about autism or disabilities. You have a child sitting in front of you that you need to interview, yet you're feeling vulnerable because how do you get this information out of someone who doesn't speak like what you would term typically developing? So the vulnerability can be both ways. The other thing is that vulnerability is not static. It's not just, okay, I've got this child with autism, he's vulnerable or she's vulnerable. The vulnerability can actually happen at any point in that process. They may come into your interview suite. They've watched the video. We watched this beautiful video yesterday at the PDI. Beautiful video, they feel fine. You ask them, how are you feeling? You show them a chart. Oh, I'm happy, I'm happy. They sit in the interview, you do all the rules. You start to talk about family. Then the vulnerability starts. Then the vulnerability goes. Then the vulnerability comes back. So you've got to monitor that through the process. The other thing is that it's very common when people don't know about children and their development to sometimes question them in the same manner they would adults, because that's what we know. There's few concessions made for age, development, or even the effects of trauma or the disability. So just wanted to go into language development. So when I talk about language development at this point, I'm going to cover 3 different age groups. I'm talking mainly about typically developing children. So these are the children, your everyday children that you see come through the doors for your forensic interviews. So preschool children, just a quick show of hands. How many of you have worked with this age group? 3 to 5s. It's a fair amount of preschool children coming through your doors. So some things that they can do. They have very basic knowledge of vocabulary, so you cannot use big words. It has to be very basic words. Even explaining the process of the interview, certain words just won't work for them. It needs to be very basic, very simple. They usually have their own terminology for body parts, particularly intimate body parts. Because as children, you've got to teach them intimate body parts, in the way that they can understand. I mean, I know with my kids, when they were babies, we taught them pee-pee. Obviously, they know that pee-pee isn't the vagina anymore. They know it's a vagina, but that's their terminology. So if they were going to be interviewed at that point, at the age of 3 or 4, they would have said, it's pee-pee. And I've been in many interviews where the police will say, well, what do you call that body part? Go, I don't know, fufu. Okay, do you have another term for fufu? No, it's fufu. So you have to refer to it as fufu, because that's what they know. And at court, one of the recommendations I make at court for the lawyers is to use their terminology. There's no point saying to the kid or the child at court, well, he touched your vagina. Like, what's a vagina? I don't know what you're talking about. You mean fufu? Yes, okay, fufu. They're also very concrete in thinking, so it is what it is with preschoolers. Okay, you're not going to get the abstract thought. You're not going to get all that. It's very concrete, literal thinking. They can only focus on one thing at a time, one concept at a time. And when it comes to question words, which are often used in forensic interviews when you want extra detail after the open-ended narrative, they're usually very good with who, what, where, when questions, but they can have difficulty with the why and how. So that's inference and prediction. Just some of the difficulties that you may come across and some things for you to think about. This is, again, typically developing children, okay? But bear in mind that a lot of these difficulties will show up when I discuss children with disabilities as well. They have difficulty self-regulating their emotions, okay? So they're feeling happy, they're feeling sad. They won't be able to tell you that. You may see it in their actions. Limited attention span. I'm sure many of you have worked with the little kids this age who after 5, maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, are standing on the couch, walking around the room, sitting on the floor, laying down with their legs up in the air. I've had that. I've even had one that's gone to the door, switched the light off, and we were sitting in the dark. Okay, great. So they have difficulty with time concepts. How long did he do that for? I don't know, 20 hours? Kids don't have that concept, especially this age. They may know days of the week or months of the year if they, are closer to that school age. Some of the higher level, some kids that are 3 do have very good language. They may know that. They would confuse the order of how events occurred. So trying to get a full narrative from a 3-year-old from start to end is going to be difficult. So you've got to scaffold it. You've got to break it down. What's the very first thing that happened? What's the next thing that happened? What's the last thing that happened with visual aids? The other thing is theory of mind. So this concept, and I'm going to talk about theory of mind again, and you'll hear me say it a few times, is this concept that kids, so at this age, a lot of kids are very egocentric. They really only think about themselves, okay? They haven't got that thing about, I got to think about what others are thinking. They think that you know what they know. So how many of you have said, so I wasn't there at the party when Dad touched your vagina, or fufu, or whatever it was. Or I wasn't there, when Dad made you sad. How many of you have had that? And have to repeat it a few times because the kid says, and that's what happened. No, I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't read your mind. They think you can read their mind. That's lack of theory of mind. So I'll move next to the next age group, which is the school age kids. So just another show of hands, how many have worked a lot with this age group as well? Okay. That's a fair even split. So as they get into the school age years, their vocabulary is growing. Okay? There's a lot more words you could probably use and they'll understand. They can start to think about more than one idea. They also have this understanding of cause and effect, that they did something happened. There's a result from that. They can also understand similarities and differences. So questions like, that you've probably asked, like when you were in the lounge room the first time it happened, so on the Sunday, was it the same thing that happened on the Monday? Or was it different? They can understand that concept. And in terms of theory of mind, they're starting to get out of that egocentric aspect, and they're moving more towards, understanding that other people think differently from them. They're usually a lot better with WH questions and can start to understand inferential questions, the why and the how. And they're a lot better with time concepts, but especially for the ones at the younger end of this spectrum, time concepts should be linked to something that they know, an event. So for example, it was cold, I knew it was cold because I remember the fire was on and I had a blanket on me when I was sitting on the lounge. Or, how did you know that it was after your birthday that this happened? I knew it was after my birthday because I had a superhero party. So it has to be connected to something that they're familiar with. What will they struggle with? So these are just areas for you to think about. Language, the vocabulary of legal vocabulary. Any questions with multiple concepts, 2 or 3 concepts? They may have some difficulty, especially in the younger years, of why someone may have done something and what they meant by what they did or what they said. Will not remember long questions, and they'll have trouble with a lot of those like tag questions and difficult questions. Okay, the adolescents. So another show of hands for the adolescents. There are a few, not as many, I'd say, not as many as the younger ones. So with adolescents, you can see that now that you're getting to a point where you're starting to work with the children, the adolescents that are starting to develop a lot more. Their cognition's developing, their communication's developing, you can have a conversation with them, their social skills a lot better, they're not jumping around with their legs in the air. Some might, but most don't. And the only thing is that, sometimes, especially at the upper end of that, they can come across as adults, young adults, right? So you might treat them like young adults. You might question them like young adults. But at the end of the day, they're still children. So you've got to keep that in mind. They can tell a story with a good order, sequence, detail, cohesion. And because their vocabulary is growing, they might understand some legal stuff, but they might not. And the things to think about is the complex questions. So just because there's, 15 and it looks like their language is pretty good, they're having a good conversation with you, they've told you this whole story of what happened to them when they went to the party with their friend, but that doesn't mean that they need to be questioned like an adult. So they will still struggle with the multiple questions in one, struggling with that passive voice. The passive voice is used quite a lot. You were asked versus the police asked you. And the thing with adolescence, it's that also, I think one of the other colleagues of mine talked about this, that the older they are, the more independent they are, the more they're not going to ask for breaks, the more they're not going to let you know if they don't understand something because, I'm 15, why am I going to tell you that? They're going to try and show that they're fine, but they're not fine. So it's very important to monitor for that. And they won't ask for a break. The other thing is that I just wanted to mention really quickly is time. It's that second one. So a lot of the adolescents I've worked with, the question the police ask, so, well, how did you know that it was 2 p.m.? I looked at my phone. They're very, very reliant, as you know, on technology these days. But they're not very good about time in terms of when time passed, how long time passed. They kind of relate time to either an event, kind of like the school age group, or because they pulled their phone out and went, yep, I checked my phone. I was on my phone. I was watching a YouTube video. I was on Snapchat at that time, that kind of stuff. So you've got to be aware of that as well. So that's language development. I'm going to move now to disabilities. So what can affect communication? So we've talked about typically developing. Now you have people with disabilities, children. So one disability is ADHD. I keep doing the show of hands, but I think I'm just curious, because it's my first time here, how many of these disabilities show up in your work? So with ADHD, can I just see a show of hands? How many have had or know of the child having ADHD? Okay. You may not always know, but. So ADHD is a childhood disorder. Usually affects things like attention, impulsivity. They'll do things impulsively and they don't think about it. Hyperactivity, they're the ones that are jumping around in the interview suite, not sitting still. It's like that ants in your pants situation. And they have real trouble processing information. So all the questions have to be very short, very simple, very slow, asked one at a time. And because they do get distracted really easily and they lose their attention, it's really important to use visual aids. And I'm going to talk a lot more about the visual aids and the visual aids to use in these interviews tomorrow and the next couple days in the workshops. But it's really important. Now, selective and elective mutism. How many people have had that, where the child just won't speak? Yeah, a few. Okay. Yeah, very difficult situation when they won't speak. Okay, they obviously willingly came to the interview, but as soon as you try and raise the allegation, that's when they go, I'm not going to talk about it. So with selective elective mutism, it's more of an anxiety issue. around social situations. So they'll be fine at home, they'll talk family members' ears off. But when it comes to this type of situation or people they don't know, they're not going to say anything. So they can shut down, and they're going to shut down especially when you start asking about what happened. So how do you get past that? There's ways around that. They can point, they can nod. Sometimes they're happy with writing or they're happy with drawing. So those are the strategies to use when you really need them to disclose. The other thing is that with selective or elective mutism, they don't, because it's the anxiety of social situations, they don't build rapport very easily. They're not just, you can't expect them to come in, you show them the video, you sit down and go, we're going to start the interview. It may take one session just for them to meet you, to know what the process is, and then you reschedule another session where they come in and they do the interview. And I had a case, probably about a year and a half ago, and this girl was 7 at the time, and the police really wanted to interview her. Allegation was against Dad. And the only way that she would communicate was whispering to her mom, who had to be in the interview, which is rare. Normally the police don't like having family members in there because they're usually witnesses. So we tried everything. I threw everything at her. We had yes, no cards. We had I don't know, I don't understand, I need help cards. I had an anxiety chart. We had toys because she loved Frozen. I had an Elsa doll. She used the Elsa doll to point to the right answer. But she was so anxious, you could see it every time a question came. And we weren't even asking, at that point, I wasn't even asking her anything about the allegation because I don't cover that as the intermediary. It was just to try and build rapport and get to know her. And the whisper came a bit louder at one point. So obviously our anxiety was starting to reduce, but we couldn't get anywhere. So we left it. She went and did counseling for quite a while. I think maybe a few months, probably even close to about 8 months. And then we re-interviewed her. Oh, the police re-interviewed her. Different child. I think she needed that counseling. Still not loud or anything, but we still had to use a lot of visual aids. But she overcame it. And we were able to get her to disclose. And then a few months later, she actually gave evidence at court. So that was, but I had to change a lot of things in that situation for her to give evidence at court, because as a electively mute, she could have just shut down in that situation. Lots of new people across that spectrum. Intellectual disabilities, so again, it's a neurodevelopmental disability, a disorder affecting reasoning, abstract thought, usually IQs of less than 70. Now, you can have mild intellectual disability, and a lot of times people with intellectual disability are very, very good, especially if they're in the mild end, of masking that they have any kind of disability. So something to just be aware of. And the other thing with intellectual disabilities is that they will agree because they like to please. So something to be aware of. I'm just going to very quickly talk about language problems. So receptive language problems and expressive language problems. So expressive language is the way we use our language. It's the way you tell a story. It's the way you describe things. Very, very important in a forensic interview because you need them to talk. You need them to describe. You need them to tell a story. So if they have expressive language difficulties, they will have difficulty expressing their thoughts, expressing how they're feeling, expressing what they want to say. You ask a question, even it's the most amazing open-ended question. You're following the right protocols. They're giving you one-word answers, two-word answers. It's not because they don't want to, it's because they just can't. So the questioning has to change a little bit for that situation. Shorter questions. Sometimes you can start with who drove you there? Okay, your dad drove you there. So it's a closed question, but then you start you said your dad drove you there. Tell me more about when your dad drove you there. So you start asking open-ended questions. They speak in very simple sentences, and a lot of times you'll hear the things like thing, that, those types of filler words. This, and they'll use minimal words, and they'll talk in circles because they can't quite get the words that they want to use. Receptive language is their understanding of language. Now that's also important because if you're asking them questions but they don't understand the questions you're asking them, they can't really respond to you. So the vocabulary we use, it's very important to keep it very simple. Basic. We always say ask one question at a time. Why? Because if they have difficulty understanding it, they're not going to retain what you're saying, and they're not going to be able to understand it and then respond. They can't follow directions. So, if you're trying to ask them some stuff about directions and even asking them to do something in the interview, be difficult for them. And a lot of them, again, may want to please your, police officer. You're asking them questions. They'll just answer because they think they understood the question, or they'll just answer anyway. It'd be an ambiguous answer. But they won't tell you that they don't understand. So you've got to be aware of that. Okay, I'll move to autism now. So I asked already, and I think quite a number of you have worked with autism. So I'll just quickly go over this slide in terms of the prevalence. So the actual prevalence of autism in the justice process, it's hard to pin down that number because with the research, different people have tried different methodologies to try and understand how many people with autism, how many autistic people are in the justice system, but it's very difficult. But what we do know from the research is that autistic people are overrepresented in the justice process. More so as suspects and defendants than they are as probably victims, but I'm sure it's, equal. And you can see the numbers, so I'll just skip to Chile. About 50,500 children and adolescents in Chile at the moment, autistic children. And there's probably more males than females that are diagnosed. So what is autism? It's a spectrum disorder, okay? It happens on a spectrum. It's something that's not just a one thing. And the DSM-5, you can see the definitions. So it's really two areas of impairment that they look at when they want to diagnose someone with autism. It's the social impairments and also their communication deficits, mostly related to social interaction, and then these repetitive behaviors or interests that they have. Now, I'm going to come back to the terminology, but there's usually 3 levels. Now, it's changed over time. Some of you may have heard the word Asperger's. That's level 1. They're not really referring to it as Asperger's. You still hear people use that terminology, but they really like it to be level 1. It's the mildest form. If you say mildest, it's the least severe. Usually they actually have pretty good cognitive abilities, but their social interaction, there are a lot of deficits there. They can be very inflexible, but they're very good at telling you exactly how it is. Level 2 require a bit more substantial support. Okay, so they also have difficulties in their social situations, and they're not very good with change. So I'll talk a little bit more about this. This is one of the reasons why it's really important that, autistic people, yes, autistic children may be a bit difficult to work with, but there are ways around how you work with them. And they don't cope well with change, so that means the situation you're putting them in, a forensic interview, you've got to make sure that they're prepared for that situation. And then there's level 3, which is obviously the most severe diagnosis. This is usually where they can be, there's significant impairments in their verbal and nonverbal communication. Quite a lot of them are nonverbal. They can't actually use their words to express themselves. And they have very limited interactions with others. So they can be very inflexible easily, and they can also become really agitated, mainly because of their communication difficulties. Now I think, sorry, I just realized I hadn't actually put that up. That's my bad. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just talking about what's at the bottom. So autistic people, I'm just gonna, sorry about that. Yeah, the terminology. So different people refer to autism in different ways. So you've heard of autism spectrum disorder, autism spectrum condition, autism. What's the correct terminology? Well, there's research, and then there's what the people from the community want. And that's what's most important, is to take the information from the people themselves, the autistic people themselves. So there's this whole thing about identity-first terminology, so referring to them not as people with autism, which is commonly done. Some people are okay with that, but generally not. They prefer autistic person because it's identity first. That's their identity. That's who they are. And they're not ashamed of it. So we got to keep their identity at the forefront. So that's just one quick thing I said that I was going to go back to. So autistic people, because it's a spectrum, there's a variability. Okay? And I'll probably make this point quite a lot through this presentation, that you're going to see a wide spectrum of strengths and challenges with autistic children. No two autistic children that come through your door are going to be the same. Very different. And sometimes their communication deficits can be hard to identify because, again, they're very good at masking them. And also, there's a very high proportion of them that are undiagnosed. But the other thing is that autism can coexist with ADHD, intellectual disability, as well as selective and elective mutism and other mental health issues. So you can get this co-occurrence of these difficulties, which add an extra difficulty for you. The other thing is, in some cultures, and I don't know if this exists here in Chile itself, but in some cultures around the world, parents don't want themselves to know, they don't want anyone to know their children have autism. So they won't get them diagnosed. Because culturally, it's like, my kid has a problem. No, thank you. So that would make it difficult, I'd say, in your pre-interview assessment. Because you're calling to find out about physical and mental issues before they come in for your interview. But parents might not want to actually let you know that this child has autism. You may discover that the day of the interview. Then what do? Run out. But you don't. You deal with it. So what kinds of communication difficulties? Some of this is similar to what I already discussed, but because autistic children can be, especially the level 1s, they can, I actually love working with them. They're so like, it is what it is. You're just getting what you get with them. They won't realize they're offending you when they say stuff to you, because they'll just say to you, you're wrong. That didn't happen. Okay, sorry. That's why I'm asking you. But they're just like that. They're direct, and it is what it is. And they can appear insensitive, and they can appear egocentric. They're only thinking about themselves. They're only talking about the stuff they're interested in. I don't know, it doesn't have to be a show of hands, but I'm sure a lot of you have been through an interview with an autistic child or an autistic adolescent where all they want to talk about is Minecraft or something that they are interested in. You're really trying to get this disclosure, and they keep turning it around to Minecraft, right? That's just how it is. And they don't know how to react to your feelings, right? You're getting frustrated. Come on, I'm trying to get this information from you. They don't care. It's not that they don't care, they don't really realize what you're going through. Again, this theory of mind, I've mentioned this a few times, but this comes up a lot for autistic children and adolescents. So it's very important to be aware that they don't know that you don't know what they know. And they won't understand or they can't detect a speaker's intended meaning. So what you're trying to say or what you're trying to ask them, they won't understand what your intention is behind that. So it's very important in interviews. I've usually suggested this in interviews with the detectives that I've worked with, is to explain why you're asking a certain question. Why are you asking them to tell you what you do with a body part? That's usually one of the questions that I get. A lot of autistic kids go, I pee with it? Like, why are you asking me that? You know why you're asking them that, because you want to know that they know what this body part is used for, because maybe they do refer to it in their own terminology. They don't know that. So it's very important to let them know why you're asking them a certain type of question, or why you've asked them the same question maybe 3 times. But in saying that, I've just put up there that they really struggle with repetitive questioning. So if you are going to ask them the same question a few different times in a few different ways, explain why you need to do that. Don't just do it. They get super frustrated about that. And they're very good at, as I said, acquiescing, just nodding. Yeah, I'm all good. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, yep. Because they won't tell you, they won't show that they don't understand. But just going back to what I put at the bottom, the communication skills of every autistic child and adolescent that comes through your doors will be unique. 5-year-old comes through your door today, 8 o'clock, very different to the 5-year-old autistic child that comes through your door at 9 o'clock. They may appear like they look the same, but they are different, very different. That's why a pre-interview assessment, I think I mentioned this in the meeting we had yesterday, which was fabulous, was a communication assessment or some sort of assessment of a child's communication when they have autism is really important for planning your interviews, because they are very different. So what barriers are there to effective communication? Oh, sorry, like 2 different things here. So as I mentioned before, they're routine-oriented. Autistic children and adolescents like routine. Coming to a forensic interview on the Monday morning when they know that at school they've got art and they're missing art to come to a forensic interview, they will not be happy about that. So there should be a very good reason why they're missing that to come to a forensic interview. The planning is very important. They don't like change. So this has to be organized with the caregivers. They don't like new situations. So this has to be organized as well. They can lose attention easily. So again, visual aids help them a lot. Fidget toys, which I know Nick had spoken to a lot of you guys about, the fidget toys. I have a whole bag, I think a bag about that big, of fidget toys that always goes to every interview with me. And if they react in a certain way in an interview, they won't be able to explain to you why they reacted. They just reacted. And they'll struggle a lot in interviews with these long questions, 2 questions in 1. Tag questions. And then the tone of voice. That's something really important that I wanted to say, and I'm going to mention it again with the court stuff as well. Autistic children and adolescents, autistic people in general, are very sensitive to tone of voice. They will pick up on a slight amount of frustration in your tone of voice. They will pick up on any kind of, I wouldn't say aggression, but sort of, which can happen at court. Now, probably not in your situation, because you've got this situation where the lawyers don't ask the questions directly like they do in Australia. It's coming through the intermediary, so the intermediary sort of probably masks, I would assume, a lot of that. Or not masks, but protects them from that a little bit, which is good. But tone of voice in an interview is really important. And asking questions in a chronological order. It's very easy to jump around. And tomorrow in my workshops, I'm going to talk to you or help you learn about the post-it technique. Post-its for different events, alleged events. Because you might want to ask about the kitchen, but it also happened in the bedroom, But then you want to ask them again about the kitchen, and you go back to asking them about the bedroom, but the same thing happened, and it's all confusing. And the other thing is, one other thing I wanted to mention from that is that they get embarrassed very easily, and so they'll use a lot of blocking strategies. How many of you, just quick show of hand, have had autistic children who block in your interviews? Block. Like they just won't. You try and ask them a question, they'll talk about something totally different. They'll kind of start to talk about it and go somewhere else. Does anyone know what I'm talking about with blocking? Yeah. They're very good at that. So it's very important to use strategies with your questioning to get around that. So issues at court. Again, it's a very unfamiliar process. Giving evidence in court, very unfamiliar process. Now, sensory issues are very high in autistic children and adolescents. Little things can affect them. I'm standing right here and I can see that bright light. It doesn't bother me, but an autistic child or adolescent, the lighting in your interview suite can affect them. So can the very slight buzz or sound from a microphone. They can hear it. I don't know why. They've got this like hypersensitive hearing, but if it's going to bother them, it's going to bother them, and they will not be able to concentrate. The other thing is the feel of the chairs, the material of the chairs. They have sensory issues. It's too hard, it's too soft, the material bothers them. So some of these things, it might seem like, oh God, there's all these things to have to think about. That's why I had that quote. Inclusion is intentional. You want this child to participate and give evidence. You want to make sure that they're protected from whatever's happened to them and see justice done. You have to put these things into place. They can't show emotions, so you can't expect, some kids go to court and they'll be crying and they'll be upset. A lot of autistic kids won't. Very straight-faced. And there's a lot of research out on, what juries and stuff think about that. You don't have that issue because you don't really have juries here anyway. And they may have inappropriate expressions. Quite a lot of them smile. And the smiles might mean, that they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing, or they're not listening. Smiles are their sort of way to deal with the anxiety inside them. And if they don't understand, they'll just smile. They may have some inappropriate behaviors or expressions. Now, in terms of memory, a lot of autistic children actually have very, very good memory for specific details. And they will tell you exactly what happened with detail. But you ask them the peripheral details, what color was the car, what color was the blanket, any of that stuff, and the peripheral details usually are the ones that get lost. But that's also a lot of people, but with autistic people, sometimes they can't always remember that, but they are very good with detail. And then I've listed all these questions that should just be avoided, purely avoided with examples, okay? So, I don't know how I'm doing for time, but yeah, so my final thoughts. As I mentioned before, every child and adolescent that comes to your door will be different. I think the most important thing I can say is to adapt your practice to suit the person, not the diagnostic label. It's not about the diagnosis, it's not about the disability, it's about the person that's in front of you, the child or the adolescent. The other thing is that you get a child with a disability, and I'm sure quite a lot of you, and this has happened, I kid you not, even in Australia with some of the detectives I work with, they freak out. It's like, oh my God, I've got a kid with a disability, what am I gonna do? Because they just don't know, it's like, I haven't dealt with this, I just don't know what to do. But they have strengths, right? They have strengths. And it's really important to use the strengths in the interview. So I think I mentioned this yesterday, is that in the meeting, and I know your pre-interview assessments cover a lot of the physical, the mental, the emotional needs of the child before they go into an interview. And also their willingness, right? It's very important, I think, at that point, or at least at the point when they come in to the interview, that there's a communication assessment done. Because how are you going to know how they're going to communicate if you haven't assessed that ahead of time? How can you plan an interview with a child with autism or any of that if you don't know what they can communicate like? What their strengths are. As I said, the strengths is what's going to help. And the best person to learn from is that autistic child or the autistic adolescent or the child or adolescent with that disability, communication disability. I can't stress this enough, but the best approach is a person-centered approach. Everything, the first thing you have to think about is the child and adolescent in front of you as a person, as a human, not the fact that it's an autistic person or that they have a disability. At the end of the day, they're people and they've got a strength. And we got to use the strengths, not worry about the challenges. The challenges, through your training, through your learning, all that, you will learn to overcome that. And don't just rule out a person with a disability or an autistic person or someone with selective mutism. Your pre-interview assessment, Uravit says, nah, I don't think they can't probably participate. They can't speak. How are we going to get an interview out? As I told you, I had this girl who whispered to her mom and went, how on earth is this going to happen? We went through and she gave evidence to court. So you can't rule someone out. The whole point of this process, actually, and that's the process in Australia, is we are now with intermediaries as well. And this whole process, children and adults who usually would be ruled out of giving evidence are now able to give evidence. And I think that is very, very important and really important to think about. So, just going to leave you with one last, I don't have this quote up, but I'm going to read it to you. Competence in communication means challenging and changing the ways we listen and talk. It means turning some of our traditional ideas about communication upside down. Very important that I wanted to leave you with that. Communication isn't always just talking out of your mouth. Communication can occur in so many different ways, and we need to find those ways to help these types of children come through our doors and disclose what happened so they can also find that justice, that, you know, something's happened and someone's listening to me, and that, you know, I'm not disadvantaged just because of my disability. So thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Let me just take this out. I'll come and get my laptop. Oh, straight away? Yeah, okay.
Bien, agradecemos la exposición de nuestra experta y a continuación vamos a dar la palabra a quienes tengan alguna pregunta.
To any one of you who would like to ask questions, we have microphones here if you want to ask a question. Rikia, can you hear me? We have a question here. Can you hear us, the translation? Okay. Good afternoon. I am Yerka. I have been studying several things about the difficulties of communications in understanding and expressing in children and adolescents. In Chile, we have no specialized studies. Senaris has nothing like that. I have reviewed the webpage of them, and we realize that in our country we are missing that. Consequently, it is more difficult because not all of us have competencies in order to understand children and adolescents like the ones you explained with these difficulties, especially in forensic interviews. Then we miss parts. And what about pictograms? Can we use them in the forensic interview? And to the justices here, could this be used as an evidence when we have to present this information in an interview or through them in an interview?
Of the law would be about that, but definitely one of the biggest recommendations I make in a lot of my interviews with police is visual aids, pictures. Pictures, drawings, bird's eye views like maps of bedrooms, pictures of like you've got a family where they're split and you need to know, you can't obviously raise dad as the POI, but you need to know where they live. So we've done things like draw one house, who lives in this house, mom and dad, mom and me and my little dog, who lives in this house, or just dad. Okay, you go here, you go there, and then you raise it. So yes, we've used pictures like that, bird's eye views. I've used body charts. I don't know, I was asking Rocio about body charts, or Joanna, whether you guys use pictures of body charts. Do you use those here? So if you want to ask them about a body part, intimate body part, and they do say fufu, but you don't really know what they're talking about, would you show them a picture of a body chart at all? No? No. That is used a lot. It's used in England and Wales as well, body charts. Not to go through the whole body, but just to make sure that they can show you that they're talking about the same body part. I've had a lot of children, and I'm not only talking autistic children, but children who confuse the front and the back. They have the same word for that. So it's important to know what they're talking about, which part of the body. Other pictures, they've drawn pictures. You know, if they can't explain what one person did or what the other person did, and you just want to know which direction they were facing, whether they were facing here or facing there. We've done that, stick figure drawings. Or if you just want to know where the child was and where the perpetrator was in the lounge room, so you kind of get that idea, then they can draw, you know, a bed, say a bedroom, which side were you sleeping on, which side was, you know, perpetrator sleeping on. They can draw that stick figure. And those have been used at court, yes. So in Australia, what will happen is those pictures will become evidence. And then the prosecution, when they do their evidence in chief, will ask the child, you know, you drew this picture, did you draw this picture, is your name? And then the defense can ask questions about that, yes. Absolutely, with young children and any children with disabilities, pictures are wonderful to use. They're very visual people, so it's much easier for them to understand when there's pictures around.
¿Tenemos otra pregunta por acá?
Hola, Ruquilla.
Hi, Ruquilla. I am Dania Buto, a Justice of Guarantees in Santiago and interviewer as well. I was trained for the Justice Ministry and Human Rights. It's a comment. I think it is fundamental using images in the autistic cases. I think that the learning of language at the beginning for them is through images. So they start recognition of tomato, an apple, the table, the TV set. Then the routine of learning in the behavior is also through images. Then that is a challenge as well as an obligation to us to be trained on a permanent basis. You see, the black figure about crime, sexual crime, rape, but not that much rape, but sexual abuse of children with disabilities, especially cognitive disabilities, as you explained so well, we have a comorbidity sometimes in disabilities that are physical and cognitive at the same time, and so it's hard to really create an allegation. So according to what you said, I think it is really super necessary to have images, especially in ASD, whatever it is, Asperger or whatever level it is. I think we have the obligation, we're demanded as justices to train ourselves and update ourselves in regards to the communication languages. Thank you very much for this. This is a great presentation. It was a comment.
I totally agree with you that pictures are so important. And like I said, tomorrow I'll cover, in the next 2 days, we'll cover the workshops. We'll cover a lot about Post-it notes, pictures, and how to use them in your interviews, because they are crucial not only for children with autism, not only the autistic children, children with ADHD, even young children. I've used pictures with preschoolers, even school-age children. If they've got just basic expressive language difficulties or receptive language difficulties, they can still use pictures. It doesn't only have to be for the children with autism. So, yes.
Agradecemos una vez más, ¿cierto?, a Rukiya Stein.
Thank you very much, Rukiya. This is applause for you. We will invite you for a coffee break now. It will be 15 minutes, and we will finish with our final master class.
Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that, baby, you're the best. I got that summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. That summertime sadness. does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul
Les recordamos que la siguiente clase magistral será dictada en inglés. Aquellos que requieran equipos de traducción simultánea están en el...
Next masterclass is in English. If you require simultaneous interpretation devices, you can ask them in the hall out of the room.
Ya estamos de regreso, los invitamos a tomar asiento.
We're back. Please take your seats.
Aprovechamos de recordarles.
Remember, please, to have your cell phones on mute mode or silent mode. We have another master class. Dr. Gavin Oxberg, psychologist with a PhD in Portsmouth University, retired police, specialized in infant protection in sexual crimes, co-founder of International Investigative Interview and Research Group, IIRG, working in collaboration with the police and other judicial institutions, training on a range of different subjects of psychology, legal psychology, and human rights. He is accredited as expert witness in the Psychological British Society, being consultant in judiciary cases in the United Kingdom and abroad. His class is Interviewing Vulnerable Victims, Scientific Evidence-Based Practice. Dr. Oxford, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. How is everybody? Good? Brilliant. Can I just first of all say a huge thank you to the organisers for inviting all of us across to Chile, to your beautiful country. I feel very honoured and humbled, like my other co-presenters, to be here, so thank you. And also a big thank you to the university for hosting the event. But can I also just say thank you to the interpreters? Not only have you managed to put up with all our regional accents, but you've now got to put up with me, who's Scottish from Glasgow. So I tend to speak very quick. So if I do, just please somebody tell me to shut up and just slow down. And I'm happy to do that. So thank you to the interpreters. I know, having worked with interpreters for many years, what a great job you do. So thank you very much. And I am a little bit nervous after the previous speakers were up dancing and getting rid of all the parts of me, but I don't know what I'm going to do. I could have worn a kilt and done a Scottish dance or something, but I forgot to bring my kilt. So I can't do that. Next time, yes, next time. You have to invite me back just to see my white knees. Okay, so as the introduction said, I understand fully where you guys are coming from as police officers, forensic interviewers. I was in the military police for 22 years. I specialised in child protection. And although I haven't done nearly as many interviews as some of my colleagues and yourself have done, my interviewing experience probably went from age 3, probably up to around age 15. And I know when I was also involved in lots of other investigations as a detective. And I was also a senior investigating officer where I would have to, for cases where the suspects were downloading indecent images of children, as the SIO, I would have to then look through with my computer forensics team to make sure we had the right level of pictures so that we could actually charge appropriately depending on the level of the image. And after about 3 or 4 years, I got to the conclusion that I just didn't want to see another child being abused. I didn't want to see, excuse me, but another baby being raped. It really got to me, and we're talking about vicarious trauma and secondary trauma, etc. And I went to my boss. This was in the mid to late 90s. And I said, sir, I am struggling with this. I don't really want to do this anymore. I'll happily hand over to somebody, but can we get somebody else to do that? To say I was shocked at the reaction, what he said was, you're not a real detective anyway. You're only dealing with child abuse. It's not real detective work. And you need to man up. And I thought, wow. I thought, I'm having a bit of a breakdown here and I need some help. And I just went away and thought, crikey, that was it. There was no help at that point. So I've been really encouraged to hear from the Chilean perspective that there's a lot of help for self-care. And it's just great that we're now looking at that. And we're doing that across the UK as well now. Indeed, the Northumbria Police, which is my local police force in Newcastle, in the north of England, I was asked to do some work on vicarious trauma for their rape team and their child protection team. And it was very interesting. Not long after that, the chief at that time, who was a great friend of mine, said, Gavin, will you stop talking about vicarious trauma? And I said, why? And he said, because they're going to sue me because we're not looking after them. And I said, well, rather than think of them suing you, why don't you do more training so that we help them, they understand, and the problem won't go away, but at least everybody will understand, give the help and support they need, or they might need. Let them know this is something that's a reality. He did that. Nobody sued him. He's now retired. But we actually got through leaps and bounds. And now, what I do on every single police officer recruit training, because in the UK, in England and Wales, you have to do a 3-year degree programme now to be a qualified police officer. And every single cohort of police officers, I actually train now in my local force on the impact of vicarious trauma. So they understand what the impact could be, what to look for, and the impact it might have on them, their colleagues, their friends, the organisation, and also on victims and witnesses and suspects. So I think we've moved on a great deal. And I know some of my other colleagues have said that I think we can all learn where you guys are at the moment. I think what you do here from the Chilean perspective is amazing. And I think, at the end or tomorrow, I think we should give everybody a round of applause, because I think what you're doing is fabulous. And I know Nick has been a big player in that, so thank you, Nick, for everything you've done. I know Nick will be mortified that I'm embarrassing him, but it's well deserved. So what I thought I would do is very briefly just talk to you about the UK perspective with the Norwegian perspective. And again, the Norwegians, they tend to borrow a lot of our ideas from the UK, and that's quite open, and they're open and honest about that. Then what they do is make it even better. And then we go back to them and say, crikey, that's great. Can we steal that back from you? And it's a great partnership that we have between Norway and the UK. And even every Christmas, they give us a Christmas tree to put into Trafalgar Square, which is so nice. So we learn from each other, and that's hopefully what we can do from here on in. We can all learn from each other. And every talk I do like this, I always learn something from everybody in the room, and from fellow presenters as well. So I'm really looking forward to the next couple of days as well. So from a UK perspective, in the early 1980s, 1984, we had a lot of problems with miscarriages of justice in England and Wales. And it was decided that we need something called the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. And that act came out in 1984. It was really in force around 1986, and that governed what the police can and cannot do with victims, witnesses, and suspects when they're speaking to them, when they're in custody or detention, and what we must do, which was great. Then in 1992, 93, something came out called the Peace Model of Interviewing. Who's heard of the Peace Model of Interviewing? A few people, not many. So the Peace Model of Interviewing, just very, very quickly, it's designed by police officers and academics for police officers. And it's for victims, witnesses, and suspects. And the P stands for planning and preparation, that everybody should plan and prepare for every single interview, regardless of whether it's a child or an adult, or a victim, witness, or suspect. Then you have the E for engage and explain, and that's really where you start the rapport building, and I'll talk about rapport shortly. And then from there, you might also want to talk to them about what's expected of them, the types of questions that you might ask, the kind of detail that you might need from those individuals, and give them examples. If I said to you, describe my phone, most people will give you the gist of what they think, and they'll say, yeah, it's an Apple phone, it's got a blue cover, it's quite a new one, and that's all they'll say. And I will say, yeah, but it's got a little flap here. If you open it up, it's got some credit cards here, it's got the time, and I will go through a lot of detail. And that lets them know how much detail we're expecting from some of the questions that we're asking. Then from there, you would go for the account. So you would get the account from them, tell me what happened, explain, describe. Then at the very end of that, you would then close the interview down by trying to put them back in a comfortable position when they first came in. Not just about saying that's the interview finished, off you go. It's really about making sure they're okay. And interestingly as well, the rapport phase must be done all the way through the interview. A lot of police officers, even now, think that rapport is something that you do at the start and then that's it. That's not the case. It's all the way through. And then the last part, which we know we have a problem with, is evaluation. Can I just ask, how many people in the room actually conduct an evaluation or reflect on their interview practice? Can I have a show of hands, please? A few, not many. Okay. Right, so that's something I wanted to leave you with. It's not a surprise. Everybody's the same. And one of my big issues that I have is we need to reflect. We need to evaluate on how we are doing to improve our practice. If we don't do that, we'll never improve what we do. And that's one of the take-home messages for today, about doing evaluation and reflection. And then I also want to talk to you a little bit about rapport, how to build rapport. What is rapport? And over the workshops over the next 2 days, I'll go into a lot more detail about that, but also about empathy. What is empathy? How can we deal with empathy? Can we actually train empathy in an individual? And actually, do people understand what rapport and empathy is? Quite often the answer is no. So again, over the next 2 days, we'll be talking more about that, but today I'll just give you a flavour of what I'm meaning. So I'm a bit worried. I'm a bloke. I've got water. I've got a computer. I've got 2 different things I've got to press. So I'm a man and I don't do multitasking. So excuse me, I'm hoping this will all work. Okay, so one of the things we started in the UK, in fact, before the Achieving Best Evidence Framework, in 1992, I think it was, we had the Memorandum of Good Practice, which was developed and designed by various colleagues, including, a lot of you might know him, Professor Ray Bull. Some people may or may not know him. And I think Ray's actually online listening, so if you are, good evening, Ray, in the UK. If you're not, you've missed out on a hello. But the Memorandum of Good Practice was about how we could interview children in the most beneficial way to the child, to give them the voice. And it coincided with the PEACE model of interviewing as well. So PEACE was really victims, witnesses, and suspects. Memorandum of Good Practice focused entirely on children. And then in 2001, I think the first edition came out, is the Achieving Best Evidence in Criminal Proceedings. Guidance on interviewing victims and witnesses, and guidance on using special measures. And I'll come through what that means as we go through. And the first phase of the Achieving Best Evidence Framework, ABE, is about establishing rapport with that individual, the child in this case. And it gets so frustrating because I know so many great interviewers, great detectives who just don't spend enough time building rapport with the child or the vulnerable adult. And I remember when I started on my career many, many years ago with the Memorandum of Good Practice, I could spend 3 or 4 hours building rapport with a child, just either in their bedroom, or in the lounge with the parents or the family, or in another area where it was safe and secure for them, just to get to know them. And unfortunately, that doesn't happen all the time, and it should be, because we need to build rapport to get the best possible evidence and information from the victim or witness. And also in that phase, again, like the PEACE model, you're going to set the communication rules, that it's okay to say, I don't know. It's okay to say, I don't understand. And normally you would say to a child that if you say you don't understand, that normally means to me that I've said a question really badly and I need to improve. And then I would change the style of that question. And it's just making them understand that it's okay for them to have those thoughts and feelings. We don't want them to just give me an answer because they think that's what I want. That's not what we want at all. We want to get the truthful, honest account from those individuals. Then the second phase is the free narrative account. And this is where we normally start off like you guys do with the NICHD protocol. Tell me what happened, describe, explain, the nice wide open questions that we normally use. Then we have onto the questioning is almost linked to the free narrative account, sorry. And then we have the summary and closure section, where we summarize what's been said. We let them know it's okay for them to change things or to correct things if I've got it wrong. And then quite often I would have an earpiece, or I would go into the monitor room where there'd be somebody else in the monitor room to say, have I missed anything? Should I add something else? And then I could go back in or listen to the earpiece and ask that question. And then make sure that that child is good, is well, is looked after before they leave that interview room. Things like, so what are you going to do later then, Fred or Johnny or Anna? And they say, oh, I'm going for a McDonald's. Great, what's your favourite McDonald's meal? And it's almost building rapport again at the very end to make them understand that we're there for them and that it's not a horrible, bad experience. I hope that makes sense. It's really about that, start to end experience of the child to make sure that they are okay. So within the ABE document or framework, there are things called special measures. Now, I don't know if you have such things over here. I know many people in the room will have heard of these. But the circumstances in which special measures may be invoked can range from a case where the witness's evidence is unintelligible through to cases where their evidence may otherwise be of poorer quality than it could be. And some of the special measures that we have in England and Wales include the use of screens, so that if the victim is in court, they will never see the defendant, the suspect. They will only see the judge and members of the jury, which, again, that was one of the first things that came out, and it was great, and it still is. The use of live link televisions, so the child doesn't have to actually come into the court. They can be somewhere else in the court building, or indeed now they could be in another building entirely, miles away, and they can beam that evidence in. Giving evidence in private, the removal of wigs and gowns. So I remember a military judge when I was based in Germany, and this was, again, early 90s, mid-90s, where some of these things weren't really in full force, where I went into the military courts martial for civilians, and the judge said, "Would you like me to take my wig off?" And the child said, "Can I wear it?" And the judge said, "Of course," and gave it to the child, and the child was like, "Can I sit on your chair as well?" And he said, "Of course," and he stood up and moved out of the way, and the child sat in the chair as the judge. And the judge took off his robes, and he was a bit scruffy underneath, I have to say, but he took off his robes. The child wanted to wear the robes, and they then conducted the interview, or the trial, or the kind of discussions with the child, with him sat in the witness box, and the child sat in his chair. How wonderful is that? And this is what these special measures are for, to make the child feel special, to make them feel at ease, and not actually realise that they're giving evidence at all, which I think is great. And I wish more judges would do that. And then we've got the use of video recorded interviews as evidence in chief as well. So, and I'll talk about the Barnahus model in Norway later on in a couple of slides' time, but it's around when you give that evidence on video of your interview, the child then doesn't need to attend court. That video evidence is it. That's the evidence in chief. So the child doesn't have to come into court at all, which again, I think is wonderful for the child. And then we've also got another aspect called registered intermediaries. Now, I just need to make it clear, I know that you've got intermediaries. The registered intermediaries that I'm talking about is different to yourselves. So our registered intermediaries will start off prior to the police even conducting the interview with the child or the vulnerable adult. They will do a pre-assessment. In fact, I think that's on the next slide, actually. They'll do a pre-assessment. There we go. And they will then decide after that what way the police should conduct the interview, and then they'll have a conversation with the police about how best to do that. But what are psychological vulnerabilities for that registered intermediary to become involved in the first place? Gisligood Johnson said in 2006, psychological characteristics or mental state which render a witness prone in certain circumstances to providing information which is inaccurate, unreliable, or misleading. And then, of course, from that, you will clearly have a lot of different risk factors coming out of there. And psychological vulnerabilities should never be interpreted in isolation. There's always lots of other aspects to bring into that process. And investigative interviewing itself is a dynamic and interactive process. Things change. As the previous speaker was saying, you've got to watch out for these. You might have to go back and think, oh, they're okay at the moment, and then they might go back to something else. So you have to keep an eye on this as you go through. And the capacity of the interviewee to cope with police interviews also depends on circumstances around their culture, the interactions that they've been having, whether or not you have, as an interviewer, attuned yourself to what they want, what their needs are. That's what we mean by attunement. Their personality and also their health factors. We have to think about all these things as we're conducting the interview, or the intermediary will think about this as well. And then, personality-wise, we've got to think about suggestibility, we've got to think about acquiescence, and we've also got to think about compliance as well. And I'll go through each one now. So, suggestibility is defined as the extent to which, within a closed social interaction, like a police interview, people come to accept messages communicated during formal questioning as the result of which their subsequent behavioural response is affected. It can and does happen during police interviews. Unfortunately, I'm also, well, not unfortunately, but I am an expert witness. Some judges may think it's unfortunate that I'm an expert witness because I argue with them quite often. Quite often they don't believe that suggestibility is an issue. Why would somebody be suggestible? How could somebody, I just don't understand. And no matter how much we explain to them, many get it, many don't. So we still have a lot of work to do there. It implies personal acceptance on the information provided or requests made, i.e. by yourselves, and correlations with memory and associated with anxiety. And again, tomorrow and Thursday at the workshop, I'll be talking more about the impact of memory on interviewing and the investigation as well. And interrogative suggestibility can be measured using the Good-Johnson suggestibility scale. Not really for you guys as victim and witness interviewers, but if you're dealing with suspects as well, they can become very suggestible depending on the types of questions that you're asking, and that is quite an issue. Compliance, this is where they have a tendency to go along with prepositions, requests or instructions for some immediate instrumental gain. Individual is fully aware that the responses are being influenced, and an affirmative or compliant response does not require personal acceptance of the preposition. There are two main elements to this: eagerness to please and protect their own self-esteem, and the avoidance of conflict, particularly with those in authority, you, or a judge or a lawyer, whoever it might be. And there are links to mental health here. Low self-esteem and high anxiety increases tendency to exhibit compliant behaviour. And again, you may have realised I mentioned Gisli Good-Johnson very often. He, like myself, is an ex-police officer. He's from Iceland originally. He's now a forensic clinical psychologist, and he's probably the most influential expert on false confessions. And if you're interested in his work, just type in his name, and there's so much information out there, and it's fascinating what he does. And for compliance, you can actually measure compliance with his compliance scale, the GCS. I'm doing quite okay with this double action here, isn't it? I've not had a drink of water yet. I'm not going for that yet. Acquiescence. I know acquiescence was mentioned by the previous speaker, but it's a tendency to answer affirmatively to questions irrespective of the content. And you can see how far back this goes. 1946, this was looked at as a kind of an issue. It's related to submissiveness and an eagerness to please. And it's measured using the item reversal technique by Siegelman in 1981 and Winkler in 1982. For example, if you say to somebody, so how are you feeling? Are you happy? And they say, yes, I am. I'm very happy. And then later on, are you sad? Yes, I'm sad. Well, one of them isn't correct. So which one is it? And this is what acquiescence is. Highly acquiescent individuals tend to come from poorer educational backgrounds. And again, this kind of research has been around for many, many years, and various other researchers over the decades have found exactly the same thing. So, what are the implications for vulnerable witnesses then in court? Well, I'm sure you can see, and with where you are in Chile, which, as I mentioned earlier, is fabulous, not being able to give their best evidence may impact on the investigation and the court outcome, or the court process. And this is where we must do better. We must do more to help. And as I say, you guys are doing absolutely amazing. And I think we have to catch up with you on where you are. So what are some of the, nearly did it, what are some of the current practices with vulnerable witnesses then? So, in England and Wales, vulnerable witnesses are defined in the Youth Justice and Criminal Evidence Act of 1999. As all child witnesses under 18 years of age, and any witness who has a mental health disorder, has a significant impairment of intelligence and social functioning, or those with physical disabilities. Intimidated witnesses are defined as those suffering from fear or distress in relation to testifying in the case. For example, complainants of sexual offences, of violent offences, those kind of things. But how do we ensure everyone is heard? And I mean everyone within the criminal justice process. This is the slide I was referring to earlier. We have these things called registered intermediaries. And please, again, bear in mind they are slightly different to what you have here. They were first introduced in the Home Office pilot under the Witness Intermediary Scheme in 2004. And there were phased, or there was a phased national rollout from 2004 to 2008. And the young and vulnerable are targeted precisely because of their vulnerability. For the same reason, they may be denied access to justice. And in a stated case, Regina versus Watson 2010, until recently, there was no possibility of the court even considering the evidence of complainants with serious communication difficulties. For example, as you mentioned earlier, selective mutism. You know, I know for a fact, I never dealt with selective mutism myself. I know for a fact in the early 90s to late 90s, if somebody came with selective mutism, we just wouldn't have done the interview. Justice was denied for those individuals. And yet, I've done so much work on selective mutism, working with great friends and colleagues who are registered intermediaries. And some of the things we can now do is, I've got a couple of case studies to show you. It's just fabulous. And we can get them to court. We can get them to give evidence. And it's great how things have changed and moved on. So, registered intermediaries then are individuals normally with backgrounds in speech and language therapy, psychology, mental health, vulnerability, etc. I mean, there's so many different groups of experts. Recruited, selected, trained and assessed and accredited by the UK Ministry of Justice. So they're not just given a course and said, right, off you go, which is another bugbear of mine with police officers in the UK, where they do the child protection training course, 1, 2, 3, 4 week course, and it depends what force you're in. They don't do any more training in that. There's no continuing professional development, which I know Nick and I were speaking about this the other night, and it's not right. We know that once you've done training courses, your level of knowledge is up here, and after 6 months to 12 months, it starts plateauing down, and it gets to the point where you may as well not do the job because you've gone back to your old habits. So we need to change that. They're impartial, like experts, like expert witnesses, and they have a duty to the court, not to the police, not to the defence or the prosecution. They have a duty to the court. And following an assessment of the vulnerable witness, the function of the RI is to communicate to the witness any questions put to the witness and to any persons asking those questions, for example, yourselves as police officers or forensic interviewers, the answers given by the witness in reply to them, and to explain such questions or answers so far as necessary to enable them to be understood by the witness or the questioner. And then once they've done that pre-assessment, and they could spend hours doing this, hours, if not longer, depending on the case, then they will sit through the interview, and if the police officer asks a question that it's already been agreed that they will not ask, the intermediary will say, officer, I've already explained you shouldn't be asking those questions. Can you rephrase that question? And they normally do. But that happens in court as well. So when it goes to court, the registered intermediary, as long as the judge approves it, which they normally do, the RI will be sat there with the victim or the witness in the witness box, making sure that what the prosecution and defence lawyers are asking them are appropriate for what they need, for their needs. Now, you could imagine that, well, you all know prosecution and defence lawyers in courts. I'm sorry for the lawyers in here, but quite often the questions asked are not the best of questions for a vulnerable witness. And it takes a very strong intermediary to stand up and say, Your Honour, I've already explained you cannot ask that question to my client. Now, that takes a brave intermediary, but it happens. And I've seen it happening more and more. And quite often the judge will say, oh, I'm sorry. Yep, please refrain from asking that question. And they will direct to the prosecution or the defence. So it's a really, really good system. So, the normal process then, the registered intermediary will get a referral from the witness intermediary service. They'll get a phone call to say they know exactly who all the intermediaries are and what part of the country and what their specialism is. They might say, we've got somebody with selective mutism, serious mental health issues, it's alleged that this person has been sexually abused by whoever. Are you able to take the case on? The intermediary will say, hopefully, yes, and then make initial contact with the officer in charge of that case. Then there'll be that assessment with the victim or witness, and then be a bit recommendations. What should that person be saying to the police? And they're advised during their training to think outside the box. It doesn't matter what they do, think of anything outside the box that will get them to speak and give evidence and let their story be heard, which is great. Then they conduct the AB interview, and as per the Achieving Best Evidence framework, There'll then be a pre-trial hearing quite often. Again, the intermediary will be there to help and make sure everything goes smoothly. Then there could be a ground rules hearing. Intermediary might say, actually, we need special measures putting in place, we need a screen, or it has to be done on video, or whatever those might be, including the intermediary being present at court. And then they'll be there, as I say, for cross-examination as well. Now, this book here, I don't know if you can see that very well, but you will have copies of the slides, I'm led to believe. But this book is an excellent book to read through it when you think about intermediaries in the criminal justice system in England and Wales. Okay. So here's a very brief case study of Mary. So the referral, it was a 16-year-old female with mental health issues and selective mutism. So the details of the case, that she'd been sexually exploited by her mother, and the initial contact by the intermediary with the officer in charge was, you're wasting your time, we will never ever get an account. Don't know why you're bothering. That was the very negative view. So the registered intermediary, and this is a real case, the registered intermediary, who I know very well, thought, right, I'm going to make sure I get this person to speak. Absolutely determined, because of what the officer said, I'm going to do everything possible to get this Mary to actually speak. So then after a few hours, there was some verbal communication. They started whispering to each other. And it meant, whilst the victim was whispering, the intermediary kept on whispering as well. And then when the other person realized they were whispering, they whispered back. You're nodding in agreement. It's great. So it's attuning yourself to that person. There's no point in that person whispering and you saying, pardon, what? I didn't hear you. Speak up. There's no point. You go to that person. You attune yourself to that individual and be on the same level as them so that they understand that you're with them. Recommendations then, various methods. They were whispering to help each other. They then brought in a text-to-speech app. I don't know if you've heard of them. I hadn't for many years, but I now do. For those questions and answers, so that we can actually, put the text in and it would speak it out for the police officer to hear. They used body outlines, wooden dolls, room plans. And again, the room plans, sketch plans. I don't know how many use sketch plans. Can I have a show of hands for that? How many of you use sketch plans in your interviews? No one. No one. Are you allowed to use sketch plans in Chile? No? Oh, right. Maybe I can do some more digging on that. That's a shame. Because what we know from a lot of research is if you use sketch plans for the memory, it helps a lot of individuals, especially vulnerable individuals, to actually draw out or sketch out what it is they remember. And almost every single time I've used them in my own practice and in research, they will always remember something else when they're drawing that sketch plan. So it's a really, really good, useful technique for memory enhancement and for elicitation of information. So the AB interview was booked 2 days and it actually took a full day. The outcome, Mary provided a full account via the text-to-speech app and other non-communicative methods. Police and legal teams were very happy with the outcome, obtained using unusual, which is what the judge said, methods. But the individual was found guilty and convicted. Now, I know from my own time that would never have happened. We just wouldn't have interviewed the child. Isn't it great how far we've come? It's fabulous. So here's another quick outline. This is a case of Anna, 15-year-old female with learning disabilities, autism, and under the care of social services and a therapist. She'd been sexually abused by her stepfather. It was actually the stepfather that disclosed to the police about the abuse that had been taking place. Again, quite unusual. The police had huge concerns given the vulnerabilities in the victim. The assessment by the registered intermediary, the verbal communication was established during the first assessment, but never verbalized to the therapist that the person was speaking to. The recommendations for lots of very valid, genuine reasons was that that individual was not fit for interview because of the trauma that they'd suffered. I don't know all the full details, but it was decided by everybody concerned it was not in the child's best interest for that case to go forward, which is a real shame. And there was, of course, no interview that took place, formal interview. So, the Barnahus model. Has anybody heard of the Barnahus model? Any from the Chilean friends? Yes, some have? Yeah. Anybody from Norway by any chance, or originally from Norway? No? No? Got to ask. You never know, do you? So, and you can see, I told my friend, the Assistant Chief of Police, Trond Mikkelbust, in the Norwegian Police University College in Oslo, I said I would fly the flag for him, and I literally am. It took me a long time to get that done, but I managed it. And there are 6 core activities in the Barnahouse model. So the Barnahouse is basically one house where everything is there for the victim. Everything, absolutely everything. And it's the 6 kind of activities are the prosecution-led forensic interviews, the treatment and follow-up or prevention after the interview, medical examinations, advice and guidance to the vulnerable person and their family. And again, a lot of people forget the family. Professional development and information and education about where to go next, what will happen next. So you've got the health care and social services, therapeutic treatment, discussions, coordinate the social services support of the child, the medical examination, the forensic report for the court, and then the forensic investigative interview of the child. Everything is taking place in this one area, in this one house. It's a fabulous setup they have. And in the UK, I mean, Nick, you might be able to help me out here, but in the UK, or in England and Wales, they have been piloting this, haven't they? They've been trying to pilot it. It has been difficult, yeah. I think the Met and Liverpool and somewhere else were trying to pilot this, but if we can do it, it's fabulous for the victim or witness. And the primary aim is to reduce the stress of being part of a legal process for victimized children and their families. And again, stressing the families, which is really important. And for adult victims that are mentally challenged. This is the Barnahouse model's terminology, not mine. The targets, it's for police-reported incidents of violence and sexual abuse against children under the age of 16, and also those with mental health difficulties. Within there, they have a manager, they have 4 to 6 employees, and a part-time medical examiner who can be called in and out as and when they're required. The main functions are to facilitate the forensic interview and the medical examination, to evaluate the child and the family's need for social assistance, and to provide short-term treatment and support. And again, there's another good book here, Collaborating Against Child Abuse, that actually goes into this in a lot more detail. So, in the actual room itself, you have a second interviewer, you have another investigator, normally the senior investigating officer, a police lawyer, i.e. the prosecutor, counsel for the aggrieved party, a substitute guardian in case they need one, advisor, psychologist from the Barnahouse, technician in case there's any issues with the videos, and a representative from child welfare services, and also a defence lawyer. And when Trond first told me about this many, many years ago at a conference we went to, I just thought, that's ridiculous. How can you possibly have everything in there at the one time? And what he told me was, once that child gives evidence in that room, they will never have to give evidence in court. Never. Not once. Because everybody's there. And I said, but we don't know who the suspect is. So how can you have a defence lawyer when you don't know who the suspect is? But they have a defence lawyer who will think of some of the questions that they might want to have asked during an interview if they did know the person. So it's quite a complex process, but one that I'm now completely transformed, and it's a great system. And it's been working for many, many years across most Scandinavian countries. And it works very, very well indeed. And quite often as well, at the very end of the interview, the police interviewer will then tell the child, I'm just going to go next door to speak to everybody, and they know who's there. There's no hiding the fact of what's going on. They will then come through and say, so, Your Honour, lawyers, whoever, is there anything else you want me to ask? Yes, can you ask this? Can you ask that? Then they go back into the interview. So, the judge has asked, could I say blah, 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 X, Y, Z? And then the child will give the answer. And then they do one final check, no more questions, that's it. The child can then receive any therapy that they need, can undergo the medical examination, to do absolutely everything and get all the help and support without any fear of perhaps changing that child's memory inadvertently through any therapy that they might be having, or EMDR therapy, because they will never have to go to court to give evidence. It's evidence in chief from the video. Fabulous idea. Some of you might be thinking perhaps some of the questions that I had, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions at the end. Or if I don't know the answer, I will find out from the Norwegian police and I can come back to you. So I want to talk briefly around rapport. So I think everybody in this room probably understands or knows the term rapport, but do we actually know what it means? And I think this is what we found across the world when I've spoken about rapport and the use of empathy, which I'll talk about shortly later. It can mean different things to different people, making it somewhat difficult, if not very difficult, to define. You know, for example, in Britain, people talk about rapport as ask about the weather, because us Brits love talking about the weather because it's so bad. And we always say, you know, it's a terrible day today, isn't it? God, the rain's bucketed. You're not going to say that to a 6-year-old child. Child doesn't care what the weather is. So it's trying to work out what age limit we are at or dealing with and what type of rapport that we can use throughout. And again, it's from the start of the interview to the very end, to when that child or vulnerable person leaves the interview suite. And it's also the same for suspects of crime as well. Use rapport all the way through, and it works a treat. And there are also significant differences in the ways in which researchers and practitioners describe how they build rapport, as I mentioned about weather or whatever else it might be. So does it work? Yes, we know from decades of research that rapport, when used effectively, works very, very well indeed. And there's lots of research to back that up. It's been shown scientifically to greatly increase information and intelligence yields in police and law enforcement interviews. In all major interviewing guidelines, they all acknowledge and endorse the use of rapport-building techniques to facilitate cooperation and the importance of rapport within the interviewing arena. But what is rapport? So it's really about you on one side, whoever else it is on the other, and connecting in the middle, becoming attuned to each other, trying to understand where each other's coming from, to be on the same level as them. If they're whispering, you whisper. If they call it Fifi or PP, you call it the same language. Never try and call it the language that you want. You've got to be at the same level as them. It's about engaging in active listening, including the use of empathy, and using non-verbal behaviours such as appropriate use of eye contact and head nodding. But also bear in mind that culture might prohibit you having that eye contact. And I've had many, many investigators saying, well, unless that child or suspect looks at me in the eye, I'm not conducting the interview. Why? If you're getting the information, I don't care if the child is sat on top of that speaker system. As long as I'm getting the information, it doesn't bother me at all. Get the information. That's what you're there to do. And make a laugh and joke about where they might be sat or doing. There's nothing wrong with that. And all can be used to demonstrate that the interviewer is paying attention to the interviewee. It's all about, I'm here for you, I understand. It's about what I would call nodding and guggling. Guggling, I don't know if the interpreters will be able to translate that, but it's, yeah, oh, really, wow, okay, yep, yep. So it's all that kind of just paying attention to what the person's saying. In addition, Fiona Gabbert, myself, and various other colleagues did some research back in 2021, and we were able to meaningfully group different rapport behaviours according to one of 3 core functions, each of which has been used to support the development of rapport. And these are around personalising the interview. It's their interview. It's not your interview. It's theirs. Make sure you personalise it for them. Presenting an approachable demeanour and paying attention again. Don't come across as this, you know, I'm the detective, you're whatever. It's their interview. I would often, one of my parts when I was preparing for an interview was to find out, would that person prefer me to be in a suit and tie, or would they prefer me to be in shorts and a t-shirt? And I would, whatever I was advised by parents, social services, whoever it might be, I would dress accordingly so that that child felt that I was with them. I wasn't against them in any way, shape or form. And if they wanted a break, they have a break. If they wanted to go to McDonald's, do you know what? I'd go and get McDonald's for them. You've got to be on the same level as them. And then we come on to the use of empathy. Now, the use of empathy, that was a big part of my PhD. When I did my PhD, I focused primarily, or solely actually, on interviewing of suspected sex offenders. And I was really interested when I was a serving police officer in, I would be interviewing the child victim, I'd be hearing all the heinous crimes that that person had been subjected to, allegedly, of course. And then I would go and arrest and interview the suspect. And of course, I would see the suspect, I'd shake their hand, I'd offer them a drink, lunch, come and sit down, talk to them as a human being. And a lot of my colleagues would say, "You're weird. He's a paedophile. He's a sex offender. Why are you being nice to him?" Well, he's innocent, and it's normally a he. He's innocent until proven guilty. And I want as much information from that person so that if he is guilty, I can get a conviction from this. There's no point in asking closed and inappropriate questions because you don't want to listen to it. We need that person to talk. If that means I have to use empathy and build rapport, I will, because that's in the best interest of justice. And that was my view. And then when a few people said that I was weird, I thought, am I weird? Is there something wrong with me? Why am I doing this? And then I realized actually it wasn't just me. There was many of my colleagues were exactly the same. And I think it's just because I'm a naturally empathic, humane person. You know, I like to be with people. I like to socialize with people. I like to get the best from people. And I think that's what we probably all want. But can every single person in this room honestly say that for every single child, you're the best interviewer for that specific child? Probably not. And one of the parting messages for today is to think about, through reflection and evaluation of your interview practice, are you the best person for that particular interview? I knew that I was quite good at interviewing, believe it or not, 3 to 6, 7-year-olds, but I was terrible, absolutely terrible at interviewing adolescents. So I made the decision I wasn't going to interview adolescents. I would focus primarily on the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds and let my colleagues do the rest. And we had a really good working relationship with some of my colleagues. And if it was somebody else really difficult that we just couldn't connect with, I would phone one of my colleagues in the Royal Military Police, the Army Police, to say, have you got anybody that might fit this? And they would send somebody to do it. So it was about understanding your own limitations and your own good points and who is the best person to do that job. Because building empathy with somebody is really difficult if you're not connected to that person. So the concept has been discussed by academics for many, many decades, most commonly with other contexts, i.e., for example, within clinical and counselling psychology, and there is much confusion about the terms empathy and sympathy. And you know that was my PhD in 2011, and there's also been more recent PhDs. Bianca Baker-Eck and Professor Ray Bull looked at different aspects across Europe about what the understanding of empathy was. And I would say to some officers, describe empathy to me, and they would tell me, and what they were actually telling me was sympathy. And I had some officers, believe it or not, would say, I will never use empathy in a police interview, regardless of who it's with, professionalism will prevail. And I thought, my God, you actually think using empathy is some negativity, you know, some negative aspect. It's not. It's a really, really good method to have at your disposal and to build empathy with an individual, and it works. Some regard empathy as perspective-taking, whereas others prefer the term role-taking. In showing empathy, you are reaching out to the other person, understanding their plight, without putting yourself in their position. Showing sympathy is a heightened awareness. You're substituting others for yourself, something in reality police officers can't really do. It breaches all sorts of policies and guidelines and rules, and you're not there to show sympathy, but there's nothing wrong with showing empathy, to try and understand, actually, what must it be like for us two police officers to be here interviewing you? You're a stranger, we're strangers, and we're asking you about your personal sexual experiences. You know, I'm not asking you to feel sorry for them, it's just about understanding what it might be like for that individual. And for the child, what it must be like for that child to tell you as a complete stranger what dad, mum, granddad, cousin, uncle might have done to them. Try and put yourself in their shoes and think about what it must be like for them. Everybody will have a different interpretation and understanding of what it is. It's a multi-dimensional concept that has various different definitions. And there's just two here that I've picked out. One from 1967 is to share and experience the feelings of another human being. And then the other one is a reaction of one individual, i.e. the police interviewer, to the observed experiences of another, i.e. the interviewee. So in terms of operational settings then, it's not like other day-to-day interactions. The implications of an interview are a lot greater, as you all know. especially interviews with victims of rape and other sexual offences. They're very complex, cognitively demanding interaction. A lot of people would say to me that doing an interview is nothing, it's dead easy. I'm saying, no, do you actually understand how difficult a forensic interview is? It's one of the most difficult things I've ever done in my life. And how some of you have done thousands, I take my hat off to you. I mean, honestly, it's just amazing how many people have done. Because every time I did one for maybe 45 minutes, I came out of that interview drained. And I really couldn't focus for the rest of the day. They are draining. So anybody who says it's not a difficult job, they're either stupid or liars, or both. It's not an easy job at all. There's a requirement for extensive training and practice to ensure the relationship is productive. That's really important as well. And here's just something to think about. I developed this for my interviews and for my PhD with suspected sex offenders, but it's exactly the same for victims, child victims of other sexual offences as well. So you have the interview. You might well find that the victim will say, oh, I just don't know why I let him or her do this to me. I feel really guilty. I should have said no. And what do you as a police officer or interviewer do? Well, hopefully you can continue that empathic opportunity by saying something like, we're not here to judge you. Honestly, just take your time. Don't blame yourself. Nobody's blaming you. Just tell me what happened in your own time. So you're continuing that empathic opportunity. And then hopefully the interviewee feels supported and able to disclose details as they go along. And if you keep doing that, it normally turns out to be a very good interview. However, what I see quite often is, when I say empathic opportunity terminated, I don't mean you're terminating them, by the way. It's you've actually stopped the empathic opportunity. So it might be, well, I don't care why you're thinking that, I just need to know the answer. And I've seen that so many times across all interviews. And of course, if that continues, then what happens normally is the interviewee may not feel supported and may not disclose any further details. And they may just block out and think, you're not interested, you've not built rapport, you've just not done anything, I'm not speaking to you now. So it's a very simplistic model, but I think quite an effective model to think about as you're going through some of the interviews. Oh, I don't know why that's coming up second. So, just to close some of the available resources, you've got the Advocates Gateway, and when you click on that image, it'll take you straight to the Advocates Gateway, which is a UK-based website where all information about dealing with victims and witnesses and suspects of crime is on there. So you can actually get lots of good information there. There's also one of my books on communication in forensic and investigative contexts. Then you've got intermediaries in the criminal justice system, as I mentioned earlier. And then we have this new book of mine. And I'm not plugging this, by the way. It's free. It's open access. I'm not trying to make money from it. My partner is a senior police officer in Northumbria Police. She's a chief superintendent and a detective. Used to run the safeguarding department for rapes and violent offences and child protection. And she said to me once, why do you bloody academics always write things just for yourself? And then you put it in academic journals that we can't access unless we pay for it. And you wonder why we don't do our job. Because you don't give us access to what you're writing. And I thought, do you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. And I should have thought about that more. Being an ex-police officer turned academic, I would call myself a pracademic, not an academic, because I'm a practical academic. So we decided, we spent a good couple of years finding a publisher who would do this for free, which was great. And we've got 24 chapters covering every single scientifically proven interview technique from the Second World War to today. And everything's in there, including intermediaries, including children, everything is in there. So it is in English, unfortunately, but I have asked, there's a chapter in there that has been written by myself and some of my colleagues and friends on rapport, empathy, and attunement. So I have asked for that to be translated or interpreted into Spanish for you. And those who are coming to, certainly to my sessions tomorrow and Thursday, hopefully we'll get a copy at some point, and then if we can get enough done, everybody can have a copy as well. But it is free. And again, you just need to click on that link or just type in, I can't even remember, okay, I can't even see it properly. Just type in interviewing and interrogation from World War II to the present day. And that will come up and you can download it for free. So I'm hoping that is useful for you. So I won't go through absolutely everything, but the book talks and discusses the state of our knowledge about interviewing and interrogation in a manner accessible to practitioners and managers in policing, law enforcement, analysts, investigators, prosecutors, in criminal justice, including military, security, and intelligence actors. The book assists such professionals to keep up to date with the current known methods of non-coercive information elicitation. It's already, we believe, had around 49,000 downloads. It was only released 2 weeks ago. So it seems to be an incredibly valuable resource. You know, I would love to take full credit for it. I'm just one of the editors. It's all the really wonderful, fabulous authors of the chapters within the book who I just want to say a huge thank you to, because without them, the book would not be there. And it's a great accolade to everybody involved. So in summary then, there are many models used for interviewing vulnerable victims and witnesses. You've got the NICHD protocol in various countries, including here. You've got the PEACE model of interviewing for victims, witnesses and suspects, which is in various countries around the world now. You've got the Achieving Best Evidence for England and Wales. You've got the Barnahouse model in Norway and across Scandinavia. Rapport and the use of empathy is vitally important in all interviews, but we must also take account of culture. You know, the way we might do things in a Western culture might not be the same as will happen in other cultures. And we have to be cognizant of that fact. We have to do more research around what it means to be from a different culture, what we can understand and glean from that, so that we make that interview process as easy as possible. And again, please, as the parting gestures, reflect and evaluate on your own interview methods, if you can. And there's no reason why you can't. And there is a new tool coming out called the Forensic Interview Trace, which I can give everybody access to. And I think, Nick, you'd mentioned that you've already been in contact with people over here about that, haven't you? About the FIT? Yeah. Which is a secure app where you can actually go in and analyze your interviews, and it will give you a full breakdown of the entire interview in questions, answers given if you wanted, the times of different things happening, mental health issues. It's a really, really good app. And you just need to go onto forensicinterviewtrace.com, I think it is the website, and you'll see lots of good information on there as well. And also, never be afraid. If you don't think you're the right person to conduct that particular interview, there's nothing wrong. It takes a very brave person to say, I don't think I'm the right person. It might be better that somebody else does that, through whatever reason it might be, or you just can't connect. And I think just on that, do you remember the Norwegian terrorist attack by Anders Breivik a few years ago, or many years ago now? And the Norwegian police, very, very clever again, decided that they would send in different interviewers, different detectives, and then make a decision on who was going to conduct the interview, depending on what rapport had been built up, who had the best rapport with that person. And the female that actually did the interview in the end got every single piece of information that they could have ever have wanted. Now, he may have spoken anyway, we don't know, but that's something else to consider. Think about who does that interview. Thank you very much, and I'll leave it at that.
But you're going to need the microphone.
Oh, of course I will, yes, of course, yeah, that's fine. Do you want me to sit down? Do you want me to sit down or stand here?
No, bueno, vamos a entonces.
It is now time to ask questions. We have 2 microphones roving around the room. We have a question there.
My name is Luis. I'm prosecutor and I'm interviewer also. May I have a question, please?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. Well, my question is about the child who has previous contact with the Public Care Service or the Children's Service Authority. In my country, in Chile, we named this service Servicio Nacional de Menores or Servicio Mejor Niñez. Usually, they have a lot of problems. Well, what kind of information you should consider previous video recording interview, and where you look for this information in your country?
Is my microphone on? No. Somebody turn the microphone on.
Podría,
So do you mean before you conduct the interview of that child?
Sorry?
Do you mean before you conduct the interview of
Yes,
the child?
yes, before the
Yeah.
conducting the video recording interview.
I mean, that is a really difficult question to answer, but I think wherever you might get information from, you have to try and get that information so that you're as well prepared and planned for that interview. I think that's vitally important. There was a major case in the UK of, he was a BBC presenter called Jimmy Savile, who was one of the most prolific paedophiles we had in the country for many, many years. And the police officers at the time didn't know where to stop for the evidence and where to go. And all we briefed them about was make sure you get as much information as you can from wherever you can prior to conducting the interview. Even if it might not be relevant or you realize it's not relevant, try and get as much information as you possibly can. And so I would just encourage you to do that, to get as much as you can before starting. Yeah.
Thank you.
¿Otra pregunta?
Any other questions? Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for your participation in this Congress. My name is Gustavo Rombado. I work at Carabineros de Chile, and I'm also an interviewer. At the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that you worked on your report with the family as well. We do not do that here. Do you recommend that? And if you do so, how would that protocol be? What could we use as a protocol for that report with the family? Mira, en términos de la familia, perdón.
Build rapport with the family. I try to discuss things with the family to make sure that they know that we're here for them as well, but only if we know the family are not involved in the case. If we're not sure, we would never do that. But personally, I think the family is left out quite often. Nobody thinks about the family. They get the suspect, they have the child, and they want to do the interviews of each. And the family is left out. But the family are the ones who are going through a lot of grief as well, that I think people forget about. And what I like about the Barnahus model is the therapists and social services are there, not just for the victim or witness, but also for the family. So if you can, perhaps even discuss with the family and include them in some of the decisions that are made, it's always a lot better because you will get them on board with you. And then maybe in another investigation that you want them to help, it's called something called procedural justice theory. If they perceive they've been dealt with correctly and fairly and nicely, they will help you in the future. So it's really important to make sure you include them in the best way possible. Yeah.
Hola, Profesora Galvin. Yo soy
My name is Dominic. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask you about working with people who are rapists, and I would like to know any sort of practices that we might do to empathize with those people, because it's very hard. I find it hard. Thank you.
Absolutely. So if this was, well, it is a group of police officers, but if this was a group of police officers in England and Wales, and I said, we know that you find interviewing paedophiles or sex offenders or rapists very difficult and very stressful. Most people in the room will say, no, we don't. No, we don't. No issues at all. But then when I speak to them in a bar later that night or over a coffee, they will always say, actually, you're right, we do. And we don't want to hear what they've said. Because what I found in my PhD was that a lot of the police officers, when interviewing sex offenders or suspected sex offenders, would only ask closed questions because they didn't want the person time or give the person time to be open and honest in what they said. They didn't want to hear what the truth was, and that is an issue. But you've got to. And unfortunately, this is where vicarious trauma might well come in, that if you're listening to this information all the time, you could be vicariously traumatized. And if you're more of an empathic person, We know from research that you will tend to be traumatized more easily as a more empathic person. So it is difficult, but we have to, I think this is where training comes in. We have to make sure that the training is done appropriately, that they understand what they're getting into, and that we use the right person for that job. There is no point in getting just a general detective with no training to do the interview of a sex offender. They need to understand sexual offending. They need to understand what that person might do, because they will wear different masks to try and deceive you in what they've done. And you need to understand that process. Without that, there's no point. So again, it's about, I know many police officers now who say, I'm just never going to interview a sex offender because I know I can't do it. And I'm quite happy to admit that. Whereas they might say, well, I'm more than happy to do another kind of interview or investigation, and other people can do certain tasks. And it's about understanding each other's limitations and strengths so that we get the right person to do that right interview and do it correctly. Does that answer your question? Yep, thank you.
Bien.
Okay, thank you very much then. And once again, a round of applause. This is an important piece of information for tomorrow. Let me remind you that tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, the expert workshops are closed and exclusive for interviewers. So in this regard, all of those that do not have the information yet of the workshops that you are going to be participating in, the members of the Fundación are going to be in the welcome coffee area with all the lists to let you know what are the workshops you will be participating at, okay? Tomorrow, the accreditation process is from 8:30 a.m. so that we can start at 9 a.m. sharp in each one of the sessions where we'll be working on them. So thank you, and we'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Have a very good afternoon, and thank you.
Les recordamos entregar sus dispositivos de traducción simultánea al salir. Que nadie olvide, por favor, entregar sus dispositivos de traducción simultánea. Muchas gracias.
Oh, make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever. You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had.